Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Weekly Spinner Rack. I'm your host, Chris. And folks, you've heard of books, I bet, like Giant Size X-Men, Giant Size Man-Thing, King Size Superman Annual, things like that. That's what this episode of the show is going to be. This is going to be a show with one of the biggest interviews I've done. This is going to be a show with some of the biggest comic book news that I've done. And the comics that I have to talk about are going to be, like normally this would be a big deal to talk about, like DC's new event book, DCKO, or a new creative team on Transformers. But this is also a week where I got to go to New York Comic Con as usual, but I was given a bunch of cool indie books that I'm going to show off at the end of the episode, things that people handed to me, and show you some of the things that I purchased by, pretty important people. Like, I met Jim Steranko, kind of a garbage person, but a super important creator whose art I really admire and respect. On the other end of the spectrum, Bill Sienkiewicz, one of the best artists out there, one of the kindest human beings you will ever meet. Just very different people, but I've got a lot to say about that. And I've got a bunch of other books too. And I've got a lot of people to thank. If you're curious towards the end of the show, I can also show you some photos from Comic-Con, but we're going to keep it focused. It's going to be interview, news, reviews. We're going to power through this. Oh, my cat's speaking. And I'll say hello to some of the folks here because it always takes a few minutes for people to filter in, get the alert that the show has gone live. Keep in mind, folks, if you've never watched this before, or if you are ever coming back to watch it once it's archived, I always add chapter breaks after it's live. As soon as I finish my show, I still sit down at the computer, add chapter breaks for every news item, every review, any big topic or anything like that. Jack, they're happy to hear you, bud. But hello to a bunch of folks. Yes, Drew Struzan sadly passed away. One of the best to ever do it. And super big thanks to his wife for taking such good care of him over the challenging last several years. But and it's more than just a recap episode, by the way. It's news that came out of here. And maybe even a rumor or two. Maybe. I'm going to be good. I'm not going to break any confidences of anything that somebody said. This has to stay secret. Sorry. Hey, I kept the Energon universe news a secret for over a year. Yep, I took Canadian Thanksgiving off last night. That's exactly right. Always good to see you, Randy. This is awesome. Look at all these great folks. Dave, now that I'm back, looking forward to catching up in person. Let's see. Ayo. We got a Tropes Fet tonight. Exactly right. Finally able to watch this on a day I didn't have to call off sick. Yeah, it is a day later than normal, but there was just so much to talk about. I was like, I don't want to wait a week. I want to do the show now. Yeah, that was an awesome time having my sister sit in and be a guest host last week. That was just so much fun for both of us. We obviously went quite a bit longer than normal. Look, you know what? I'm sorry to hear that, Xavier. I would love to have met, more of my viewers. I would love to have met a lot more pros. Like I went for 2 days plus the awards show the night before, and I still didn't meet everybody that I wanted to. It's tough. It's a big, big event. Always appreciate it when you hit like. Yes. Oh, good. I'm glad I got to. Yes, I remember you, Ernesto. I remember that name. Let's see. Looking forward to your con report. It's going to be good. We're going to start it shortly. Did you get the comic I sent you? I've been gone for 2 weeks, so I do need to check my post office box. Okay. Hello, Steve. I'm sorry that I didn't get to see you at the convention. Very nice of you to leave some sugar-free Mountain Dew Baja Blast at Jimmy Jam, Jim Mafood's table. I did get them. I did drink them. I appreciate it. Tell you what, folks, I've got a unique one for now. We're going to do an interview. It's a little hard to hear because this is an interview I did impromptu at New York Comic Con with Scott Snyder while we walked through the convention. It's not super long. It's just something fun. You know, I waved and he said, let's do this, you know, in between his signings, one down in Artist Alley, one all the way upstairs at the Exhibitors Hall. So give me a sec. I'm going to pull up something that I think should be pretty fun for all of us. We're going to watch me and Scott Snyder. Here we go. All right, folks, I'm walking and talking with Scott. Hold on. Oh, I'm so good at this. Remove that. Stop that. What a pro. People watching this jumping to chapters will have a slightly better time. Video file. Here we go. All right, folks, I'm walking and talking with Scott Snyder. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Let me know that you can hear it.
How long we've been friends and how much I love what this guy does, comic tropes. So, again, I can't say enough good things. There's nobody I'd rather walk through Artist Alley with.
I appreciate it. I will take that compliment.
No, like, we need people that are passionate about comics. They spend all this time speaking about the things they love, about what the industry should be, and that's exactly what you do, so I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate what you do because, you know, I'm a guy that does videos looking at structure and character motivation and, like, the techniques that people use. But we should talk about what, like, the big news is, because this weekend you've been, like, blowing up as... You've already been a writer and a teacher, and you're an architect at this point. Is that a good term for it? Or editor?
I'm really grateful. Like, DC gave me a contract to be a bit of me and Josh Williamson to be story architects. But even more than that, the thing that I hope is apparent this weekend with Next Level is that we're kind of like, we're trying to really promote this ethos that everybody at DC is excited about, which is creator first. And the way we feel about that is like all the Next Level books we brought have this kind of ideology, which are we go to creators and instead of saying we have these slots to fill, can you fill them? We say to them, what's your passion project? What do you want to do?
Really?
Well, yeah, and so that's how we got Scotty Young. It was like he's never worked at DC in 26 years. And I saw him in San Diego with Josh, and we were like, what the fuck do you want to do? And he was like, I love Lobo. I want to do Lobo. And it was like, let's do Lobo then.
Scott, that's the one that personally, I'll just quickly say, I shouldn't play favorites, but of course I have my opinions.
Well,
that with Jorge Corona on art for Lobo is perfect. But that's interesting. So it's all artists first,
yeah,
huh?
So, like, for example, I am not allowed to say, like, what James Herron is doing. He's one of my favorite artists.
Love him.
And is on the Absolute Batman Annual, and is amazing with Daniel Warren Johnson, and is
a good
friend. But like, I went to him. We were in Italy at a convention, and I was like, "Dude, you're a monster. I want you over here at DC." And he was like, "Well, I really want to do this." Like, I said, "What do you want to do?" And he was like, "I love horror." I was like, "Okay, well, what do you want to do?" And he was like, "Well, this, but." You know, I don't know if they'll do that. And I went to them and I'm like, look, this guy's amazing. Nick Dragata just blew up. Daniel Warren Johnson just blew up. We got to go with some styles we're not used to. And this guy is ready to explode. And they were like, okay, let's do it. And so the book he's doing, which I can't say what it is his choice. It's his book that he wants to do. And he's got the...
I probably bumped it.
It's okay.
Okay.
I
don't know how much of that we got.
Comicsology. It's so good to see you.
Thank you, Klaus. Take care. I don't know how much of that we recorded, folks. I'll find out later if I bumped it or if we're just starting.
You think we're just starting now?
I have no idea, dude. All right. Hey, folks. This is Editor Chris trying to explain something quick. So... I don't know whether it was me or Scott. One of us accidentally bumped the record button and turned it off for a small portion. We realized pretty quickly, and I can let you know that you didn't actually lose anything that was substantial for an interview with Scott himself. What was cool is first we bumped into James Tynion, and Scott gave him a big hug, and then we went up the escalator side by side with inker and absolute legend Klaus Janson. And they talked about teaching and how much they respect each other. And that was awesome. But then it went back to doing an interview, and that's when we quickly realized that it had stopped recording. So I am sorry, it's a little weird, but you actually didn't lose anything substantial for the interview itself. Let's go back to New York. All right, so we're back.
Sorry,
cut.
I fucked up the recording on the escalator while we were talking to the legend Klaus Janson.
Beautiful man.
And also one of the best teachers and influences in all of comics.
That's interesting because of you to say, like, because you're obviously a teacher too, and I've met some of your students here at this convention. They are so highly, I don't know what words I'm searching for, excuse me. They really appreciate the lessons you're giving them. Are you still able to fit that in right now?
I have no business doing it, but it keeps me young. That's what Klaus taught me. It was like when you're surrounded by young people who want to get in and who are passionate and whose ideals and principles are like, this is what I want to write about, is in front of you, and your job is to encourage them.
Yes.
It makes you go home and embrace the same principles and the same ideals, and that's what it's about. So that's why teaching to me is a crucial thing. It keeps me connected to the things that are why we write in the first place, you know?
Walking and talking, we're jumping around a lot, but I would love to know,
yes.
I would love to know, how long did you have to get ahead in DCKO of coordinating things with other publishers? Like, how long has this been in the works?
Oh, you mean like the Jim Lee, that part of the Annabelle and the...
Yeah, and Vampirella, and...
That was literally Jim Lee calling and being like, the exciting thing about this, everyone seems pumped for KO. Like,
yes.
And so they were so excited. He was like, what if we do this thing where we bring in characters from other publishers? And I was like, I have no control over that, dude. Like, that is a you thing.
Okay.
And he was like, I have friends. And I want to do it. And he used his role. And I was like, you know what? And the coolest thing was he was like, what characters do you want? And I was like, this. And then I also said, is it cool if we bring in some comic book characters like Samantha Strong from and
that is so outside the box.
But you know why though? Because what that says to people, I hope, is that this is totally fucking unhinged, but also it is not just corporate IP. It is about a bizarre blend that is just fun and dangerous and boss level stuff. And so what we want to say at DC right now is, you know, the thing that's boring to me is when it feels like, oh, it's a spin-off of this to connect to that, and it's this, that. We wouldn't be doing the event if we didn't, three things. A, have a good story that we love, and I love the story. It's all about why these heroes are important to us in terrible times, and also, it's a meditation on Superman. I haven't gotten to write him since Unchained.
Yeah.
It's also completely bonkers and out of control. But, two, it's a statement of purpose about who we are at DC. Right now, we're a huge tent company. We want everyone to go into stores, support and celebrate retailers, have fun, go in there, do the brackets, say who will win. It's Saturday morning cartoons on steroids. And three, if it has utility to make the company better on the other side.
Yeah.
That's where Next Level comes in, and the ethos of it is you buy KO, you enjoy it, and instead of it being like it has 1,000 spin-offs, instead it has a line of books that are creator forward. It's about like creators coming in to do the things that they've been dying to do. And that's what comics should be, this to me. For years and years and years, we were the only place you could get this connected ecosystem of story. And that was wonderful, but then movies and TV did all of that too, where they have like movies that connect and TV.
Yeah.
And so instead of selling things like, this is the fifth connection to that, because readers to me have become cynical about it, rightly, we're selling, guess what? We have some of the most exciting creators in comics coming in to do books that they've wanted to do for years. And to me, that's the right way to be. And I'm really proud of that for DC, you know? Again, it's not a knock on Marvel, I'm not out there to whatever.
No,
but I'm really proud of what we're doing, and I believe in it as like a different kind of approach. I think is it that way? Oh, there, it's that way.
It's over here.
It's a different kind of approach to how to make comics, you know, out of an event and what an event should be. And
right.
Marie and Anne and Jim Lee. Jim Lee came to my house a few weeks ago. I posted it on Instagram. And I was like, he's coming here to fire me. He's coming here to say KO and all this is about. And instead, he came and was like, you know what?
Next Level.
I love that we become a creator, like more creator-friendly company. much as keep it going. And I'm so proud. You know, look, I mean, you know me.
Maybe that's some of the advantage of getting a guy like Jim Lee that helped start a creator-owned company, and he appreciates creators.
Agree. He always has. But you know what? Sometimes that stuff can get a little bit muddy when, like, you're owned by different companies, and there's a lot of churn, there's a lot of corporate pressure. But the thing I'd say is that right now, DC is recommitted to the idea that what makes good comics is passionate creators coming in with editorial support to do awesome books that they've wanted to do a long time. And I'm very proud to be a part of that shift.
That's exciting.
You know, and not again, it wasn't like they weren't friendly to creators before. It's just that now I feel like it's the absolute gold standard of what we're doing. So I'm very proud. I can't wait for you to see the books we're doing. And we're gonna rock out. I gotta go sign books.
Of course you do. Hey, that was fun. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, guys.
Take care. Bye. I hope that was a little interesting. Just trying to do something a little different. That was Scott's idea, folks. That was not mine. I had no plans to do any interviews this time. I made some connections with some great people for setting up future interviews with some, you know, luminaries like legends, but like people that are really important and stuff. But, you know, Scott's line these days is massive. And New York Comic Con, I think you could get a little bit of a sense, like the congestion and how spacious it is to like walk. And we didn't even like walk from one end to the other. It's a big, big place, lots of people. But we were like, let's just go for it. Let's just see what happens. And I think it's still kind of interesting and fun. And if you don't know everything that Scott was referring to, I'm going to help explain that as we get into the news tonight. So I think it's going to be fun. Let me acknowledge some stuff here. First of all, thank you, Steve. I need to do more than one day at New York Comic Con. Yeah, it's big. Meeting both Jim Mafood and Sean Van Gorman, easily the highlight of the convention. Loved hearing about projects. That's great, Steve. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Larry says, sorry I missed you at Comic Con. Snyder's line was huge. It was always massive. As somebody that really enjoys Scott's writing, but also appreciates who he is as a human being, he's been very kind to me behind the scenes, and that carries a lot of weight with me. You know that this is a good person. It's exciting though to see somebody like that just continue to like grow and excite readers. That's exciting to see the readers so excited. Let's see. I got 8 Billion Genies signed by the writer and a print of Absolute Batman in the style of the Akira poster. That sounds fun. And another super chat from Steve. Glad you got the precious cargo from Jim Mafood. I did. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the support, everybody. So, is there some comic book news recently? Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Did you get the Power of X-Men Pizza Rogue sticker? No. Where would you get that? Nice to see you, Chris, but I don't know where that came from. Was it a giveaway somewhere? Let's see. Took my future bro-in-law to First Comic Con. He loved it. And, you know, I was so excited. My wife obviously deals with certain illnesses and, you know, is in a lot of pain, but she came through. She came out to the Comic-Con. I was there with my friend Evan, his new wife, Marilyn. The four of us had a good time. I have nothing to do with any of these comics. No. Is walking around handing them out. Got it. I think I did hear some beauty news recently. You know what they had? I think that there was an Ignition press panel, so they may have mentioned some beauty stuff there since Jeremy Hahn wrote it. Well, tell you what, folks, I'm going to keep the show moving because, like, if I slow down, we're going to be here all night. So let's get into the news.
We're sitting on top of the story of the century here.
Put an ad on the front page. Cash money for a picture of Spider-Man. He doesn't want to be famous, and I'll make him infamous.
Hi, guys. This is April O'Neil from Channel 6 News, and I am here in beautiful New York City.
Oh, who's that handsome gentleman? Yep, this is the New York Comic-Con news recap. It was interesting, by the way. I could be wrong. I would love to see the numbers. I felt like this year's Saturday may not have been quite as congested as the last year or two. Although I did feel that it was super congested on Sunday. So I don't know. And it's not like Saturday wasn't not congested. So hard to say. Let's see. Is my sister here? Oh, there. Yeah. Hello, Jean, my one-time co-host. Hopefully we get to do that again someday. That was fun. All right. So what are we going to start off with? Let's just start off with something kind of light, something fun, some Invincible Season 4 details. Nothing violent that I heard about at New York Comic-Con this year. So that's nice. Actually, I didn't even think about that, but that is always nice when a Comic-Con just goes smooth. You don't hear anything too controversial. Everybody had a good time. So what did we learn about the future of Invincible? First of all, Skybound held the panel. Kirkman was there. A bunch of the voice actors like, who is it? Gillian, Jesus, I forget her last name all of a sudden. Oh, I'm bad at names. Forget it. Some voice actors. I'll just keep it to that. They debuted a new trailer. That's up online, but they debuted it at the convention panel. And they said specifically that Season 4 is starting in March of 2026. And by the way, it is renewed for a Season 5 already. What else? Robert has said this before, but he said that he thinks anywhere between 7 to 9 seasons, and he could adapt the full run of Invincible. Matthew Rhys is joining the cast. I loved him in that show, The Americans. He's been in lots of stuff, but man, The Americans is sincerely, I think, an underrated drama. That was great. Anyway, he's going to be Dinosaurus, and Dinosaurus looks like this cool, badass villain. He does something absolutely horrible in the series, but he's also like kind of he's an interesting character. He's got a lot going on. I'm glad that you're doing all right. I'm glad. What else? We've got Lee Pace, Ronan the Accuser himself. Although there's a part of me that always thinks of Lee Pace from that, what was that show where he was the pie maker? It only got 1 season. It was a cute little drama, actually. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. He will play Thrag, the leader of the Viltrumites. That's an important role throughout the rest of the whole show. So that's a really big one. Oh, another super chat. Thank you, Steve. First year teaching. It's cool that my students know what Invincible is. I always tell them I read the comics when I was their age. Great to share interests. That's great. Yes, Pushing Daisies. I loved Pushing Daisies. I don't know. It's very charming. Actually, now that I think of it, maybe it got 2 seasons. But anyway, charming show. I think Lee Pace, he wasn't the main villain in those movies. No. Anyway. But he's a good actor. He really is. Oh, you know what he was good in as Bodies. That's this weird horror movie. Pete Davidson's in it, but it's mostly about the female characters, I should say, in that movie. Lee Pace just plays this sort of older, hippie-ish guy. He's got a pretty funny role. Very different. But I'm excited to see these characters. I will also say that Kirkman confirmed he will write an original story. He will write it for episode 4 of season 4. And it's extra. He says he's committed to adapting the comics pretty literally, but he's got moments where he can fit in some new stuff. And there will be an episode about Damien Darkblood, and it's going to have Bruce Campbell in a guest voice role. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. Yeah. Bruce Groovy. The ending of Bodies was arguably the best part. Yes, Luke Goss. I knew that there was, like, the name was somewhat familiar, but I couldn't think of the name because I can never think of any of the names. Should be fun, though. I'm looking forward to that original episode. That's exciting to me. Something sort of new for the Invincible universe. All right, what else we got? I got some more Image stuff before we get into all the big Marvel and DC news. McFarlane Toys is going to make an Image Founders line, as in go back to the people that created Image Comics, give them some new action figures. I love this idea. It's called the Image Comic Founders Elite Edition action figures series. It's going to have 6 figures. I'm trying to think real quick. Yeah. So it's got everybody minus Will Spertatio, who I still consider a founder, even if his book didn't come out on time. But I kind of love this. Although not all 6 are launch titles. Like 2 of the characters like sort of came down the road. So that's what I'm thinking of. Anyway, Spawn is going to come out first this year. That makes sense. I mean, it's McFarlane's line. Next year, we're going to start rolling out all the other characters. We're getting, of course, Eric Larson's Savage Dragon. And it looks to be the original dragon, I think, with this body type and stuff. I'm not 100% sure. But Malcolm Dragon, the current star of the book, and Dragon's son, he's a little... I think he's not quite as big. Anyway. And obviously we get Jim Valentino's Shadowhawk. Haven't seen him in a minute. I would love to see Jim Valentino do something. We've got Spartan from Jim Lee's Wildcats. I think that's interesting because Jim Lee has obviously not been a part of Image for a very long time. It's just cool that they're working together like this. Sarah Pizzini from Mark Silvestri's Watchblade. So he skipped right past that cybernetic super team that he had when Image launched, and he went to more of his popular characters. Witchblade, I assume, will get Darkness if this does well. And then for Rob Liefeld, he did Prophet, which probably is a good choice because I think we've had Shaft and Badrock before as action figures, and they're kind of a little more derivative. Yeah, it's Youngblood. I don't know. I love this idea, John. Nice to see you. But yeah, a wave 2, if we could get things like the Max, the Pit, maybe Wetworks, a Wetworks character, things like that would be really, really fun. Yeah, that's true. Todd does have the DC license right now, although it's going to Mattel next year. He didn't want to bust out Codename Strike Force. No. Yeah, he had the leader that had 3 arms on one side, but I think Ripclaw was the most popular character. It's a little weird, but Prophet, yeah, I would say that for like a Image property by Rob Liefeld, the other one that I would think would potentially make sense would be Supreme, because obviously Supreme got a lot of good comics. Okay, yeah, Malcolm is taller, but I think he's not, like, I was talking to Eric Larson at the convention, and Eric said he tries not to draw him quite as wide, as muscly. So that's sort of more what I meant. But you're right, Malcolm is taller. Anyway, was there anything else for this? Oh, yeah. They're going to be 7 inches tall, so pretty big. Up to 22 points of articulation. I suppose that's what makes them elite. That's, you know, more articulation than a lot of McFarlane figures typically get. It's going to have a window box so that you can actually see the figure, and it'll have foil accents and art by the creator. So could be a lot of fun. If it did really, really well, I would love to see a bunch of books that came through Image. Can you imagine? I mean, it seems like a long shot, but you know, a Madman figure in this line, a Bone figure, things like that, that like at least came through Image at one point or another. Characters from like Powers. I don't know. I'd like that. All right. Oh, another interesting thing is just Todd McFarlane. He's such an iconoclast. You know, he stands out against what everybody else does as conventional wisdom. Listen to this. So he had a Q&A on Retailer Day, they call it. That's the Wednesday. Wednesday is technically a convention day, but it's for retailers and press. And he said that he does not want to do blind bags right now because his sales are already fine And he thinks, you know, it could just be a fad. It's so new. He wants to like make sure what way it goes. He has long-term concerns about it. Good for him for you know, just not rushing to it. He also mentioned that he's still working on Spawn movies. He did use that plural, but he said he knows he's been teasing us for a long time, so he's trying to hold back on like, hey, we signed so-and-so and did this or that in Hollywood. He's trying not to annoy people. He's trying not to share that news. He says, like, we have been signing, you know, people, but I don't want to like just tease you with like all this stuff. And he goes, well, I'll try not to talk about it until something's actually basically being filmed. Cool. We'll see. You know what could help him? And it seems so small, but Todd moved to LA. He lived in Phoenix for like 30 years, the Phoenix, Arizona. But he said all three of his now adult kids ended up in the LA area. So he and his wife decided to move to the area to be closer to them. It just made sense. But literally being in LA and being able to easily take in-person meetings and lunches, it kind of does move things along in Hollywood. It's still like very much a face-to-face type of a place. So, oh, I love this though. McFarlane mentioned specifically how impressed he's been with the success of animation, and he called out Demon Slayer, the movie, like huge success. K-pop Demon Hunters on Netflix, obviously also a huge success. And he said he felt that something like Gunslinger Spawn could sort of work very well with an animation. Cool idea. You know, a horror Western, like an energetic, frenetic type of thing, like done as animation. Go for it, Todd. I like the idea. Yeah, the original HBO show. I mean, God, what a voice cast that thing had. Keith David. Whew. Oh yeah. Back in the 90s, like I anything Todd did, I would get like in front of me. So absolutely. He also said that he'd love to, just as like people were like, what would you still want to do career-wise? And he said he would like to direct a movie. Maybe. He might actually be a good director. I'm not always like super into his writing style. I like his ideas and his characters. Don't always love the dialogue and the actual words. Sometimes I feel like it's just too much. It's a little too wordy. But he is a guy that gets things done, you know, like as a businessman, as the guy that runs a toy and a comic book empire. Those are some of the skills that you would definitely need beyond storytelling to be a good director. So maybe he could be good for something like that. Oh, cool. A super chat. Are you rooting for the Mariners? Also, thanks for everything you do. Comics are better with someone like you spreading the infectious joy they bring. Wow, no one. That's really, really kind of you to say. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I'm rooting for the Mariners. I mean, ultimately, I'm rooting for the Red Sox. I can't help it. That's where I'm from. But you know, I've lived out here in Seattle for like 13 years now, so it's starting to infect me. I'm starting to care about the local team. Yes. Oh, that's a great idea. Infamous Mike Manhattan, Deadly Class, great live action show. I wish it took off even bigger. I would definitely see it in an animated style. Love that idea. I didn't really see anything too strong about Doctor Who, to be honest. No, I'm not sure if Titan was there at all in any capacity. They're the ones that published that, and Conan as well. I didn't really see anything. I'm going to go over to some Marvel news. Marvel is sending Godzilla into space. Get it? I was shouting as though there's a lot of space here. Because when I go up into outer space and I shout there, my voice really echoes. You wouldn't believe it. Like when I go up to like the moon or something and I start just shouting, like it just goes, hello, hello, hello. Like my voice really carries in outer space. Anyway, Marvel and Toho are going to continue their collaboration. They're going to do another 5-issue miniseries. Godzilla Infinity Roar. Maybe. I love Godzilla. I'm lukewarm on the crossover stuff. I'm lukewarm. I was doing a bit of a reference to Pigs in Space. I'm glad some of you guys got it. In space, no one can hear you in space. Whatever happened? I used to have a great shirt. It had the alien egg upside down, and instead of alien, it just said Alan, and it said, in space, no one can hear you in space. But now that I think of it, I don't know where that shirt ended up. All right, what am I talking about here? The Marvel superheroes will somehow exile Godzilla to outer space, and then he's going to somehow team up with Null. Yeah, Spider-Man's enemy. Well, really Venom's enemy, because he's the god of symbiotes and the void. Here's one thing I like. It's written by Jerry Duggan. I respect Jerry. I think he's funny, too. I think he's a good writer. Art by Javier Garron and Ig Guara. Promises to roll in Guardians of the Galaxy, the Wakandan Space Empire, the Shi'ar Empire, the Kree Skrull Empire, Inhumans, all those characters that are out in space. I don't know. Could be fun. I do like the movie Godzilla versus Space Godzilla. I like the movies where he fights aliens. So maybe that could be fun. Maybe. I've got more cool stuff, though. That's like interesting. It's big. But I've got cooler stuff to talk about. For instance, Marvel confirmed in no uncertain terms, yeah, the Ultimate Universe is ending. And I've got specifics on that. I was surprised by this, but I also really respect it. So Marvel confirmed at their next big thing panel on back in New York Comic Con that they really are ending the Ultimate Universe and that it was the plan all along. They had a 2-year contract with Jonathan Hickman to oversee it as an architect. They said that they were proud to be able to tell this story that, you know, usually in comics, superhero comics specifically, you don't always get the opportunity to structure out a beginning, a middle, and an end to sort of, you know, an event type thing, like with multiple titles. And I get it. They're getting to do it, a real ending on their own terms. They didn't change their mind because it was doing well and decide to extend it, kind of like they did, for instance, with the Krakoa era of the X-Men, which probably did help them sell more comics, but story-wise did get a little unwieldy at best, I think we can say. And I really respect this because there's got to have been a lot more ideas that they could have done with Ultimates and Ultimate Spider-Man. But yeah, I'm not surprised. Interesting. I am a little surprised. End it all on a high note. That's basically what they're doing. It's the end, but the moment has been prepared for. And then we meet the 5th Doctor. So, what else? All 5 monthly titles are going to end soon. They've got Ultimate Spider-Man 24 in December, followed by Ultimate Black Panther in January, Ultimate X-Men in February. Ultimates does get all the way up to 24 issues, and Ultimate Wolverine gets to 16. They both end in April. That said, while this is ending and everything, the villain of the story, Maker, we don't know how it'll end or anything, but we do know that he basically prevented a bunch of superheroes from becoming superheroes, and he sort of kept that origin in these, like, you know, technological, essentially magic boxes that we can just call origin boxes. Those could, you know, potentially make it to the main universe and have lasting story ideas. I'm sure there will be lasting story ideas on some level, or like a character or two will sort of come over. It's cool. A lot of people online I saw responding to it a little upset because Peach Momoko posted that she was sad that it was ending and she wasn't sure, you know, exactly what she's going to do next. And people were acting like Marvel took this away from her, but she knew from the beginning. She wasn't saying like somebody was taking it away. Peach is a workaholic. If you watched my interview with her and you took away anything, just understand Peach likes to work. That's what fuels her. That's what she feels gives her purpose. Whether that's healthy or not, who knows? But it seems it's what she likes. It's what she is. And I think she was just commenting in a very short way that she's sad that this big project is done, because she will need a big project next. That's all it is. Blind origin boxes. Yes, Peach will have no problem getting more work. But you know what I'm saying? Like, she likes doing painting and stuff, so she adores doing covers. But I think she is a storyteller. And you know, she for consistently, without getting backed up, without needing fill-in artists, she told a monthly story for 2 full years. She's a comic book maker now. She is probably always going to want to tell interior stories. Yeah, I bet she'll do something like that. I'm sure Marvel will give her like plenty of big opportunities. I think that they'll just sort of go like, what do you want to do? Like, we have ideas, but if there's something you want to do, you can do it. I think as long as they even get the ending pretty good, you know, if they get it perfect, this is going to be a classic, this sort of run, at least for Ultimate X-Men and for Ultimates. But if they even get the ending pretty good, this will sell well as trades for years to come. Years to come. All right. Marvel announced their next big thing. And a couple of these are pretty cool ideas. First of all, Iron Man is going to relaunch in January. They haven't had an Iron Man book for a couple months. They got Joshua Williamson, who's obviously doing some pretty big things these days. You know, he's working at DC. He's an architect of things like All In, DC KO, DC Next Level. We'll be talking about that stuff tonight. He's also writing G.I. Joe in the Energon universe. So pretty cool that none of them have locked him up with an exclusive. Now he's doing a project at Marvel. He's really setting himself up for big success. Williamson promised that Pepper Potts and War Machine are going to be supporting cast members. He also said that there will be a masked Citizen V as a character. Now, those of you who've read comics know Citizen V primarily has been an alter ego for Baron Zemo when he ran the Thunderbolts. There have been some other people that have worn the costume, but he's the most prominent. Would he go back to Baron Zemo? I feel like it's going to be somebody else. I don't know who it could be. I think he's only writing about 3 a month. Only. Anyway, main villain, at least initially, is going to be Madame Mask. Pretty good Iron Man villain. She's going to be kidnapping geniuses around the world and trying to put them in the same sort of conditions, like put them through a crucible to force them to potentially become the next Iron Man, but obviously she'd be able to control them. I like that idea. Let's see. There's going to be a book called Dungeons of Doom. Somehow, I guess the superheroes are probably about to defeat Dr. Doom. We're gonna get an end to that, you know, Doom event. But that brings up the idea, like, you know, like what happens, you know, to Latveria after Dr. Doom is defeated in a big way. Well, they're creating a horror anthology title about the monsters and things that Doom has been keeping chained up in the basement of his castle. All sorts of different writers and artists. That's a decent premise for mixing in horror into the Marvel universe. That could be a lot of fun. That could be a lot of fun. And then after the Age of Revelation upcoming X-Men event, only 3 of the X-Men titles are going to continue, like with their existing numbering. Wolverine, X-Men, Uncanny X-Men. All the others like X-Force, X-Factor, you know, Deadpool, all that stuff is ending, and they're all getting different creative teams and stuff. There's going to be solo titles for characters like Rogue, Psylocke, Cyclops, Storm, more of like a reboot on that one, and Magic and Colossus together. Also, David Nakayama is going to be doing the covers for the Rogue and the Magic and Colossus titles. That's cool. Gotta admit, I missed that one. Jeff Lemire and Dustin Nguyen together on Crossbound. I'll have to read up on that. So I didn't catch all the news, I guess. Some Marvel stuff. Oh, this is fun, though. I think we can all agree that X-Men 97 was pretty damn good. I think the argument could be made it's the best thing that Marvel Television Studios has made. And I've enjoyed some of those shows like Loki and WandaVision, Hawkeye. I've enjoyed them. I really liked She-Hulk, actually, now that I think of it. But X-Men 97 was kind of the most fun. It was just a really good take on X-Men. Anyway, they've got some details on the continuation there. They announced that Season 2 of X-Men 97 will debut in the summer of 2026. It's been renewed for a Season 3. We kind of knew that. Season 2 is going to feature the team trying to reconnect with each other in the 90s. This show continues from when it originally aired, so it's specifically set in the 90s. And they're all the X-Men were hurled through time at the end. Cyclops and Jean Grey are stuck in the future, 3960 AD. In the comics, that did happen to them at one point, and it helped them. They were able to basically raise Nathan Summers as their son. They were able to raise Cable retroactively. Timey-wimey nonsense. Rogue, Beast, Nightcrawler, Charles Xavier, and Magneto, they're all stranded in ancient Egypt, 3000 BC. So they are going to have to deal with Apocalypse. That's a cool way to use Apocalypse. Apocalypse has so much potential, but he's often just way too powerful. I like the idea of them fighting him when he's still young and doesn't know everything. That could be a lot of fun. That could be cool. Yes, the animation was really fun. They just did cool stuff with their powers. It was nice. A trailer was shown at Comic-Con, and it's online now. It hints that Gambit, who sacrificed himself in Season 1 with the Sentinels, he may be alive, but I don't think that really should be a huge surprise for anyone that knows anything about X-Men. I mean, name an X-Men character, a major X-Men character that hasn't seemingly died only to come back. I really can't think of any of them. Glad you got a pin, Tyler. Let me just pause and acknowledge that. So basically, folks, this year I was like, you know what? I get stopped at Comic-Con. It's very flattering. I feel like I want to give back and say thank you to my viewers if I meet them in person. So I prepared this time. I have these enamel comic tropes pins, and I brought a bag of 250 of them with me in my backpack. And if somebody stopped me and said that they watched the show, I would give them a pin. I have 34 left. I have 34 left. I'm trying to do the math. I literally didn't think. I counted up the 34. So what's the difference there? So I gave 216 pins out. I always knew I was stopped a lot at some of the bigger conventions. And I'd tell people like, oh, I don't know. I was stopped like 20 to 50 times. It's so much more than that. And I just had never counted. I had just never counted. But this year, I finally had a way to measure that, because I wasn't just putting a pile out there. It was all like one-on-one, hand them to people. Shook a lot of hands, asked a lot of names. Can't remember all of them, but anyway, very flattering. And I know that in the scheme of things, it's like, what, 216 people doesn't like exactly translate to much more than what it is. But it was really, really fun. And I hope that it was appreciated. So, yeah. What were you wearing? Well, I was there on 2 different days. On day 1, I wore what I wore on the show that I did live last week because I, was on a trip. I had my blue suit, like the jacket and the pants, which I wore to my friend's wedding. And then my King Ghidorah street art t-shirt that I got in Japan underneath. And then on day 2, I just wore like a plain shirt, plain undershirt, and my Godzilla cardigan sweater. And I got stopped a lot for people going like, I like that sweater. Didn't know who I was, just going, I like that sweater. You made a lot of people's cons. Big impact. I don't know if I made their convention, but it was very, very nice. No, I did decide to wear pants, admittedly. I wore jeans, black jeans. I made that joke to a friend. I was like, I'm trying to get to you. I'm just getting stopped. I'm kissing a lot of hands, shaking a lot of babies. A good amount. Not all of those 216, not even half of them asked for a selfie. But yeah, a good amount of people did ask me for them. And happy to do that. It's nothing. That's especially at the Comic-Con itself. Like, yeah, it's not a big deal at all. Eddie Kingston was there? No, I didn't miss him. I mean, I didn't see him. Because it's so big, there are several people that I missed. There are people like that watch this show that say that they were looking for me, like in the chat, Steve Sorensen. I feel bad that, I didn't get to meet all my viewers. I also looked for several pros that I wanted to meet. I wanted to say hello to Daniel Warren Johnson. I've been talking to him for a long time, and he didn't really have a dedicated table, so I never saw him this convention. I talked to Jim Rugg a little bit online, and I really admired Jim, and I didn't, like, every time I went by his table, he wasn't there. So, Sugar-Free Mountain Dew Baja Blast. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I love Eddie. I think he's great. He's given me some shout outs. It's really nice. All right, Zeb Wells was there. Zeb Wells was at his table. Zeb doesn't deserve to be in hiding. People are critical of his Spider-Man run because it sold so well. So he's got some people that didn't enjoy it and are outspoken, but that run did sell well. And I think he's had a lot of success with what he's been writing for Marvel Studios. I think Marvel Zombies was a pretty good show. Not a perfect ending, but that was a pretty good show. And that was Zeb. I like Zeb. I like him generally. All right. Let me get back to the news. All right. So I was talking about X-Men 97. Last thing I say, I noticed that there was a scene with Scott and Jean, and they're wearing their outfits from the Grant Morrison, Frank Quitely run, the Frank Quitely designed X-Men uniforms. I would love it if they adapt anything from new X-Men. Love that. Moving on. Marvel and DC each had something to say about AI this past weekend at Comic-Con. So I'll talk about each of their statements. On Thursday, this is the first one. Thursday at New York Comic-Con, DC's publisher, president, chief creative officer, Jim Lee, he spoke about his stance on AI, and here is his quote. DC Comics will not support AI-generated storytelling or artwork. Not now, not ever, as long as I and Ann DePise are in charge. Because what we do and why we do it is rooted in our humanity. It's that fragile, beautiful connection between imagination and emotion that fuels our media, the stuff that makes our universe come alive. It's the imperfect mind, the creative risk, the hand-drawn gesture that no algorithm can replicate. And when I draw, I make mistakes, a lot of them, but that's the point. The smudge, the rough line, the hesitation, that's me in the work. That's my journey. I thought that was really well said, to be honest. I really like that. Little less of a comment, but equally important and on the same lines. Later that same day, at the Spider-Man and his Venomous Friends panel, Marvel's editor-in-chief, C.B. Cebulski, also said that Marvel, and I just emphasis here mine, Marvel Comics would not use AI, that they use programs to detect it, and that they have severed relationships with artists found to have used it. Not bad. I mean, DC did, I think recall this cover because it seems pretty clearly to be using AI. But I specifically said Marvel Comics because I think we all remember that that horrible TV show, Secret Invasion, had the AI-generated opening for their theme. And then this Wonder Man poster, they released a trailer for Wonder Man. This is supposed to be retro, like vintage, like that there was a superhero movie made maybe like in the 70s or 80s. But when you look at just how oddly smooth certain things are, how uniform that lighting is, it looks AI generated. And apparently, I mean, I've only seen these posts on social media, so I don't really have a great source, but supposedly they said, how was this created? And some Marvel people said it was created by people and then touched up with AI. So they said, like, you mean you laid it out in Photoshop and then put it through an AI image generator? And they're like, yeah. Zinging that poor Greg Land guy. Actually, I have a huge piece of news about a tracing scandal later tonight. So stay with me. There is some humongous news coming. Humongous. Deadpool Batman, we all knew that it would do well. It sold really well. It sold 500,000 copies well. So this was at the retailer day for New York Comic Con again, Wednesday. Marvel Comics Senior Vice President of Print, Sales, and Marketing, David Gabriel, said that it sold over 500,000 copies. That's a lot. That's a lot. In any era, that's a lot. DC, of course, is going to publish their half, Batman Deadpool, next month. Neither of them used any of the blind bags to goose sales. I mean, they did do variant covers, and I guess you could argue that's definitely goosing sales, but at least they weren't blind bags, you know? Is that a Tommy Boy reference? You. No problem. Hope you can catch it all later. No announcements, by the way, at New York Comic Con. This surprised me. No announcements at New York Comic Con about their 2026 crossover that they did confirm they're going to do with Superman Spider-Man for the 50th anniversary. I could have sworn one of the panels or a couple of the panels would confirm who's going to work on these titles, when they're coming out, maybe a backup story, something to tease us some more. They didn't talk about it at all, so they're playing that close to their vest. I heard rumors, but I don't know how much faith to put in them, of Jim Lee and Dan Mora as artists that DC and Marvel, respectively, were interested in. As in, Marvel thought that they could get Dan Mora on their half. I don't know. I don't know how much credibility it has. I'm not going to speak to that, but maybe. This is the cover I'd want to get for the Batman Deadpool half. I love that cover. I love Frank Quitely. He's a master. No, but a lot of times when they've got stuff like that, they'll do it separately on the same day, or even a joint panel of some sort, like surprise people. DC announced 10 new titles for their Vertigo relaunch. We knew Vertigo was coming back. They basically used that label on James Tynion's book, The Nice House by the Sea. But none of the new books that would be under that imprint had been announced yet. So they announced the return of Vertigo. It's going to start with issue 7 of The Nice House by the Sea this February. That's by James Tynion IV. Artist Alvaro Martinez Bueno, and it follows the survivors that have escaped Walter's hexagon experiment. If you've read it, you'd understand. But basically, it seems like an alien intelligence who might mean well has put people in a simulation at, like, you know, a perfect place, and the rest of the world has been destroyed, which is got to be like a real mind F. All right, what else, though, do we have? We've got Bleeding Hearts by Dennis Camp. Yes, please. Stepan Morian and Matt Hollingsworth. A zombie named Poke discovers his heart beating again, threatening his place in a society where death reigns supreme. Seems kind of funny. End of Life by Kyle Starks. Love Kyle. Steve Pugh. They worked together on the Peacemaker Tries Hard book this past year at DC. And Chris O'Halloran. A top-tier hitman returns to his Midwestern hometown to care for his dying father and confront his own mortality. I'm sure that will have some humor in it, too. The Peril of the Brutal Dark and Ezra Kane Mystery. That's this one up here. Chris Condon and Jacob Phillips. They're the ones that did that fantastic crime book, That Texas Blood. Great book, folks. If you haven't read it, That Texas Blood. Great modern-day Western crime book. This one is a noir detective tale that collides with magic, fascism, and a stolen artifact of unimaginable power. Okay. 100 Bullets is coming back by the same creative team. We've got The U.S. of Anger by Brian Azzarello and Eduardo Risso. I'll read anything by Risso. Lono returns to America and reignites chaos, taking the nation's darkest impulses to their violent extremes. We've got something called Black Tower, The Raven Conspiracy. Look at the creative people that they're getting for this. Ram V, Mike Perkins, wizard spies in the UK navigate a global Cold War over sorcery, revealing a hidden world of occult power. I gotta admit, that gives me Hellblazer vibes. It really does. I never read 20th Century Men. I probably should get to that. Yeah, Swamp Thing and Doom Patrol, I totally get it. But, so this is more of a creator-owned thing, although I wouldn't be surprised if, like, at some point Swamp Thing and Constantine sort of fall under the Vertigo label. But right now, it really is a creator-owned imprint. How do I pronounce this? Necretaceous by Tom Taylor and Derek Robertson. Scientists attempt to time travel to stop a zombie virus, only to land 66 million years in the past among dinosaurs. Oops, overshot it. I think that there's an excellent chance that could be so, especially based on the interview I played for you at the beginning of the show that I did with Scott Snyder, where he was saying that James Herron wanted to do something horror related. I think that's a good fit. We've got Fanatic by Grace Ellis and Hannah Templar. A woman's obsession with a comic book spirals into a deadly parasocial fixation on its creator. I like meta stuff with comics, so that interests me. Herron could also be doing the Demon, actually. Even though Swamp Thing seems to make sense, they did announce that they're bringing back the Demon. Maybe they do that as a horror book. That's a good guess, too. EJ, lovely to see you, buddy. Is it just me, or does it feel like NYCC is taking over, or is overtaking SDCC as a generally favored by the industry? I don't know. They're different. It's weird because San Diego Comic-Con is a nonprofit and has the history behind it. You know, they've been around since 1970. But just, I think, by virtue of being in Southern California, they really do have a lot of Hollywood panels and presence. Reed Pop is a for-profit company running New York Comic-Con. And in the years after the pandemic, they were sort of struggling for a couple years, but I really think that this latest year had all the publishers. They had a presence, you know, DC, Marvel, IDW, I think Dark Horse was there. Mad Cave definitely was. No Dark Horse and no Image, but a bunch of other publishers. You know, Marvel and DC had big presences there, and so they announced a lot of stuff there, and they bring big names with them. It feels like a big deal. I have no idea. 20th century boys to 20th century men. Thank you. Oh, trust me, there were still a few fudge places at New York Comic Con, but not as many as last year. All right, I'm going to keep going with these titles. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Two more. The Crying Doll is by Mariko Tamaki and Rosemary Valero O'Connell. A Jekyll and Hyde thriller about just how far a young woman would go to protect her best friend who may or may not be a killer. Could be cool. I like what Mariko Tamaki has done. And finally, we've got A Walking Shadow by Simon Spurrier and Aaron Campbell. Like those creators, 8 strangers wake up chained to a boat in the woods. No memory, no escape, no explanation. That sounds like my kind of horror bag. I love locked room mysteries and locked room horror, so I like that idea. Being in both cons, I feel like SDCC is less creator friendly. They're both squeezing people for like the cost of getting tables, but there were some amazing creators at this year's Artist Alley at New York Comic Con, and they had very little of those sort of arts and crafts vendors or people that are just making prints. It was a lot of actual comic book pros, and I liked that. Fair enough. Yeah, that's happened to all of us, and that's what makes it relatable. Yeah, they were good on Hellblazer, doing their own thing. I love it. Out of all of these, the ones that I personally am probably most excited about initially would be 100 Bullets. I'll give that a try. I like End of Life because I like Kyle Starks and Steve Pugh. I like Chris Condon and Jacob Phillips, so that's Ezra Kane. That's 4. And then this one, A Walking Shadow by Cy Spurrier and Aaron Campbell, excites me. But they all have good creative teams. They all have really good creative teams. Folks, it is confirmed. I've talked about this a couple times in past episodes as a rumor that seems likely, but this one is for real. DC is going to publish Rick Veitch's Swamp Thing that didn't happen 36 years ago. It's been a rumor. At this year's New York Comic Con, DC confirmed they will finally print not just 1, but 4 issues of Rick Veitch's Swamp Thing run, which they originally canceled back in 1989. Issue 88 was going to be the first of a 4-issue story where Swamp Thing, who at the time was sort of going through the green, he was going back in time and meeting historical figures and just looking at the world and exploring. He was finally going to meet Jesus Christ himself. It's interesting. So it's called Swamp Thing 1989. It's a 4-issue series. It's going to launch in April before they get into the omnibuses and trade collections. You can actually get it as individual issues each month. But here's what's cool. So it's going to feature the original script written by Veitch for 88, plus 3 new scripts. He had it plotted out. He's now written 3 new scripts to complete that story that we never got. I do love that idea. Yes, let's charge the 1989 prices, $1.75 tops. This is just wild to me that this is coming back. Folks, the art for 88 is going to be based on the original layouts by the late Michael Zulli, replicated from surviving files, completed by artist Vince Locke. That's going to be really cool. Never thought I'd see basically new art by Michael Zulli, but we're getting some. I know. I can't believe I lived to see this either. Thank you for the support, Michael. Really appreciate it. He's directly involved. So that is so, so cool. Yup, Vince Locke. Just, and it continues. It continues. This is so cool. The remaining 3 issues are going to feature art by Tom Mandrake. Good fit. And all 4 issues have era-appropriate coloring by Trish Mulvihill. So they're going to like go back to what they were doing before computer coloring. I mean, we would have gradients and stuff, but it was done with like hand dyes, and you'd notate like this is, you know, Pantone 286 to Pantone 383, things like that. You know, that's how it was done back then, was done by hand with little notes. And then you send it off to the print house and they knew how to do their thing. Really, really cool. And that's what's cool, is that they're doing this while he's still alive, and he being Rick Veitch, and he's contributing to it. And I don't know. I think it's just really cool that we'll finally just get to see it. If you haven't read his run, it's underrated, because look, he was following Alan Moore, and Alan Moore's Swamp Thing is incredible. There's no question about it. It's great. It's great. But Rick Veitch, his run really did feel of a kind with it. It explored some new ideas and stuff, but it was really, really cool. Anyway. That's been a rumor that like that there would be an upcoming, we saw like basically pre-order sites that listed that it would have 4 issues that like had never been printed before in these upcoming sort of omnibus and trade things. So we thought that this was a possibility, but DC confirmed it here. Very, very cool. All right, we've got more crazy stuff though. How about this crossover? Who would expect this? Swamp Thing is killing the children. Yeah. DC and Boom Studios announced they will have a crossover between each of their horror franchises. Swamp Thing by DC, Something is Killing the Children by Boom. It's going to be a one-shot. It is going to be written and drawn by the Something is Killing the Children team. So we've got James Tynion the Fourth on writing. We've got Further Deladera on art. Very cool. Very cool. 19 years this year. 19. So next year is their 20th anniversary. I've been going to all of them. Oh, wow. If you are watching live or video on demand, giving a like, thumbs up helps this channel a lot. This is true. Thank you for what you do. That's so kind of you, Michael. Thank you for the super chat. That's really appreciated. How about a Comic Tropes episode explaining comics coloring techniques before digital? Oh, maybe. I mean, there's a lot to cover there, but maybe I could break out some pieces of it. That could be a lot of fun. I'll think about that, Rami. Thank you for the super chat. I think it sounds like a really cool idea for one issue. Obviously, Swamp Thing is not going to be the true villain, right? He's not, but they're both, the idea of Erica Slaughter going after Swamp Thing sounds really fun. No date mentioned yet. So we don't know exactly when this is coming up, but we know the creative team, and we know that the title literally is Swamp Thing is Killing the Children. That's a good pun. That's a great title. That sells it all right there. That sells it all. Yeah, could be Anton Arcane. Could be a lot of different things. I don't know. Could be a new, like, you know, monster from the universe of the Slaughterverse, and that Swamp Thing is just investigating or is summoning him or something like that. Yeah. It's certainly a crossover. I wouldn't have guessed that, but there's some other crazy crossovers we're going to talk about tonight. For instance, DC KO is going to use all of these characters from other publishers. What? Samantha Strong, a talking bear serial killer with Justice League superheroes? This is crazy. None of us saw this coming. All right, so on Friday, DC, I think it's fair to say, surprised everyone by announcing that their KO event is going to include characters from other publishers as well, specifically IDW and Dynamite characters. This promo art was shared by DC. It's by Jeff Spokes. It's real. This is at the DC panel. Obviously, if you started watching the show at the beginning, you saw Scott Snyder talking to me about, yes, it's real. Jim Lee made it happen. Scott Snyder explained that what's going to happen is that the heroes that are battling in this tournament are able to open pocket dimensions to battle some of these other characters in the attempt to sort of level themselves up. If in DC KO, it truly is whoever wins, it's like a Mortal Kombat game. Like, you kill the other opponent. And the reason that characters like Superman and Wonder Woman and the Flash are willing to do this is it is the only way to potentially stop Darkseid. They're gathering something called alpha energy to go up against Darkseid's omega energy, sort of. Anyway, all that matters is if they win, if somebody gets enough power to go up against Darkseid, and if somebody can defeat Darkseid, they might be able to reset things. But if they don't do anything, basically they've already lost. Like, Darkseid is sort of going back in time, conquering everything, conquering the galaxy, and now conquering time, going back because he's so powerful. And the few big characters with time travel abilities brought things back like a couple days to give the heroes a chance to redo things. They already lost. They've already lost. It's big stakes. And I like it because it's like, yeah, heroes are going to win, right? The heroes are going to win. But when you've got them actually defeating each other one at a time, and everybody has technically already died, even when things get reset, you sort of go, well, how is it going to reset? You know, like, are some of these characters going to go missing, or even like have missing like memories, or be injured or be damaged? You know what I'm saying? There's some uncertainty in how this, even if the heroes win, how things will get resolved. And I like that. I like it a lot. But let me talk about this some more. So, confirmed characters, and there might be some more. These are just the ones they gave us at the convention, but confirmed characters include Samantha Strong from IDW's Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees, Vampirella from Dynamite, Homelander from The Boys. My opinion, Homelander probably going to get absolutely wrecked by Superman. Just my guess. Obviously from The Boys at Dynamite. Annabelle, the haunted doll. So they had to work with both IDW and presumably something like Blumhouse or whoever does those movies. And they got Annabelle. Who's going to fight Annabelle? Zatanna? I don't know. We've got Red Sonja, also from Dynamite, and Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat. We just got a video game character thrown in there. There's no Mortal Kombat comic right now that I'm aware of that's currently being published. But yeah. Damian Wayne versus Annabelle? I don't know. It might just be Warner Brothers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there are going to be, you know, any other sort of characters that are creator owned or anything. I guess that's possible. That's probably enough. It speaks to how crazy it is. It's just crazy. I think it's a total surprise, and I love it. And I could see how it's still an advantage to these other publishers to, you know, even if these characters technically sort of get beaten by a DC superhero, like that's a big event that's going to get their character still in front of a lot of new eyeballs. It's a really good idea. Oh yeah, me, I am actually going to be going up against Lobo. Lobo wants to train and level up, so he opens a pocket universe, and he just beats the shit out of me. Snake Eyes and Ultra Magnus. Yeah, let's see the Energon universe. That would probably be a few too many hoops to go through. I hope, because I think it would be very satisfying, I hope Homelander just gets absolutely wrecked. Maybe Alf will show up again. I don't know. Hey, thank you, Larry. Wanted to tell you, I also saw the Mensch of Steel panel about Superman's Jewish roots with Philip K. Johnson, Lee Goldie, and Dr. Samantha Baskind. Very cool. And saw Lawrence Fishburne and Joey Pantaloons. Joe Pantaleone was there? That's cool. Yeah, as I die, I'll go, but you can have this pin for watching. Invincible could show up. I don't know that Robert necessarily would get the same amount of publicity. Like, he's pretty successful already. He might if it sounded fun to him. I think like a cool character would be somebody like Radiant Black. I don't think that will happen. I can almost guarantee it won't, but I think that would be a lot of fun to see somebody that's sort of like a newer creator-owned superhero published by Image. Dogman, Ocaran, Megan. Anyway. Did any of us see anything close to that coming that other publishers would be involved? I didn't. All right, this is another one for DC. DC, I think, crushed New York Comic Con with their news. Randy, I would do anything to see your character get involved. Like, go up against Jay Garrick or something like that. I would love that. DC Next Level, bringing in some surprising creators. Very cool idea. This is following up on what I was talking with Scott earlier in this episode. So, DC announced new #1 series. They're going to be starting in March, a few months away. So basically, following out of DC KO, they're going to reboot, or not reboot, but start some series with characters that they've got with new creative teams. And they're calling it Next Level. All right. It's designed to bring in artists and writers that are going to, hopefully spark excitement. People that we just haven't seen work with DC or work with DC in a long time, things like that. Confirmed creators on books include Joshua Williamson on Legion of Superheroes. DC hasn't really used Legion of Superheroes in a long time. They tried to do a reboot with Brian Michael Bendis when he joined DC. Didn't last very long, but I think a lot of long-term comics readers have a lot of affection for Legion of Superheroes. That said, it's been a while. It's ripe for redoing with whatever you want to do for a new audience. But a lot of great characters in mythology you could play with. Here's one I was stunned by. Greg Rucka returning to write Batwoman. It's been 16 years. You may remember he wanted to have Batwoman marry Maggie Sawyer, and DC was like, no, we don't want to have that gay marriage in the book. And so Rucka just kind of stepped down. He left. And I never thought I'd see him come back to that character. I just didn't see that in the cards. But people loved when he did that book with J.H. Williams. Yeah, J.H. Williams. This time he's got artist Danny, a Greek artist. She's incredible. So, but here's the one that excited me the most. Scotty Young writing Lobo with artist Jorge Corona on art. That sounds like a damn good fit. That sounds like a damn good time. I would love a cool Lobo book. Other creators that they announced include Dennis Camp, Mariko Tamaki, James Herron, who we're all trying to wonder, What's he working on? In the interview I did with Scott, he said James Herron wanted to do something horror related. We've got Jeff Lemire. We've got Tony Fleeks, Jamal Campbell. And then here are some of the new #1 titles that they're going to start. We've got also, that hasn't been mentioned yet, Deathstroke the Terminator, Firestorm. I feel like he hasn't been prominent in a very long time. Shadow of the Bat. Don't know what they're going to do with that, but there's always plenty of room for Batman stuff. Zatanna. She deserves a title. Yeah. The Demon and something called Barbara Gordon Breakout. I don't know. Yeah, James Herron. Herron on the Demon could be cool. Keep in mind, it could also be a title that we haven't seen announced here. So, like, you know, people were saying, like, you know, Swamp Thing or something. I go, yeah, maybe. So not all of this has been, you know, like, we don't know the creators of each title. We don't know what each creator announced is going to do for a book yet. But we've got a lot of teases. I'm thinking about Hayden Blackman and J.H. Williams. They left the Batwoman title. I thought Greg Rucka. What was Greg Rucka working on then? Well, now I feel stupid. I shouldn't feel stupid. I mean, I like Greg Rucka's writing, and he's done a lot of good stuff in the Batman world. He's also done a lot of great stuff in just like crime comics. I love his crime writing. I did see. Yeah, that I only skimmed it though, but yeah, that Rucka said like he hated the creative environment. I don't know. I talked about it a little last week. I don't have a lot to add right now. They did announce which heroes and which wrestlers are teaming up, but I'm not enough of an AEW expert these days to like speak to that very well. Sorry. JH back on covers could be very cool. Very cool. Detective Comics with Batwoman. Was that what Greg Rucka wrote? But not the Batwoman solo title? It's hard to remember now. I love to see Beasley on stuff like that. Yeah, that's just awesome. I'll get anything Simon Beasley does. He's such a nice guy, too. All right. Kodansha announced a new International Manga Award. This is more exciting than you're thinking. Let me explain a little. I say that you're thinking like I know what's in your head. I know what's in each of your heads. All the thousands of people watching, I know what's in your heads. All right. No, I don't. What am I talking about, though? So, Kodansha, Attack on Titan, Akira, Ghost in the Shell, lots of classics. They had a pop-up space in New York for about 2 weeks, last 2 weeks. Last Tuesday, they had an editors panel at their physical location, and they said they were developing an international award for 2026, as in new creators from outside of Japan would be eligible to win this award. Why is that a big deal? Why is that a big deal? Because when breaking into manga in Japan, the most common route, sorry, something fell down and I don't, never mind. I yanked out my headphones. That's fine. I'm not wearing them. All right. If you want to break into comics in Japan, you submit a complete one-shot comic to the publisher that you want to work with. And if they like it, you win an award. Typically it gets published, but that's how you then meet editors at that publisher to discuss a new ongoing book. So that winning that award is how you can break in. It's also, of course, you get awards when you're established, but winning an award is how you can basically break in. So currently there are publishers like Shueisha, Weekly Shonen Jump. They have an international award for English and for Spanish. Katakawa has one for, I forget, like, I think no dialogue. So like anybody could apply for that. Anyway, just kind of cool. So you might be able to be the next person that does Initial D, Vinland Saga. I want to say Blue Lock is a Kodansha book. All right. I said earlier that there was a tracing scandal. Time to break that down, folks. Obviously, you can see what I'm talking about visually, but let me give you some details on who this mangaka is and why this is a scandal. And I do think this is a big difference between Japan and the rest of the world. So I'm talking about Hisashi Eguchi. He's facing a lot of backlash in Japan with accusations of torepaku, which is a slang term, which basically means accusations of tracing and plagiarizing someone else's work. Not good. If you aren't familiar with him, I understand he's like 69 years old, so his famous stuff was, you know, a long time ago. He's famous for Susume Pirates in Weekly Shonen Jump back in 77. I think, probably more famous for Stop Hibari-kun, which was turned into an anime back in 83. But in recent years, he has gotten into commercial illustrations, and he's really well known for drawing pretty women and doing commercial illustration for, like, you know, fashion type brands, things like that. Well, this piece by Eguchi for the Chuo Line Culture Festival of 2025, yes, a train line festival. This poster was found to have been traced from a model on Instagram without her permission. Anyway, so Lumine Ogikubo, I'm probably not pronouncing that right, but they had commissioned this art. They're not going to use it. Now, companies such as Denny's, you all know Denny's restaurant, he's done work for them. Eyewear brand Zoff, they've announced that they are suspending use of his commissioned artwork and launching an investigation into how much of it was original. Yeah, artists use photo reference, and I think over here, we don't generally think of it as like an absolute crime to use the occasional photo reference. I mean, it speeds things up. I think you can fall into bad habits when everything is photo referenced. It doesn't look consistent panel to panel. You don't get, like, you know, the energy because everything's stiff. Your perspective might be off. There are problems when you do too much reference. But generally, I think over here, it's not as big a deal. I think that, like, there are problems with it where people don't love the results, but I don't think it's not as big a deal. But over there, it's really frowned upon unless you took the pictures yourself or asked for permission ahead of time, in which case they're pretty much okay with it. And I'm talking, you know, one of my favorite artists in manga is Takehiko Inoue. Vagabond, but my favorite is Slam Dunk. And a lot of people came after him because they said that he was using photos of NBA. And ultimately, I think they mostly found that he wasn't tracing so much as he was looking at it for composition. And it's super close because he's a super good artist, but it wasn't literally traced, I don't think. But it was still like a bit of a scandal at one point. It really was. It's tough, but I don't think that there's anything else to say. It's just that, yeah, he's a really respected legend over there, and the people in Japan are just eating him alive. Yeah. Let's see. Reference is one thing. Tracing is another. There's also the consideration of using somebody's likeness without their permission. And I think that was a big part of it, is that, you know, he did, I guess, retroactively ask the model for her permission. And she was like, yeah, I guess so. But he hadn't asked initially. He's kind of brushing it off as compared to, like, you know, they really want him to be humble and really, like, just throw himself on the ground to ask for forgiveness, and he's not quite doing that. So, yeah. Oh, it's a really beautiful piece. It's just a pretty girl standing in front of Denny's. I can look it up real fast. Give me 2 seconds. She Gucci Denny's. Yep. Images. There. I'm gonna pull it up. Give me a moment. Where was I? I was here. Let me remove this and add a different file image. Nope. I'll figure it out. Share screen. There we go. Can you see that? That's one of his for Denny's. It's pretty. But now there's a question. You know, did he, like, for instance, is that a model or something like that? I don't know. A model that he didn't get permission from. That's the concern. I'm working this weekend. Thanks for stopping by. I would love to go to one of those swaps. I would really love to, but yeah, unfortunately, I have to work. I just got back, and yeah, I got to work my day job a few days. Oh my God, yes, that was honestly, that one was almost funny though, because you know when you see sort of like a nepo kid, you know, just get opportunity after opportunity. He was going to do a big comic, and he was like, "I'm the artist," and this, that, and it was like he traced it from like a super popular manga. That's even worse. The background could be traced, but here's the thing. That he would have had permission for because he's doing it for Denny's. So like he probably was, like Denny's probably had photos of their locations that he could just sort of turn into his style. It's more like the character. That's the concern. That's the concern. And generally, I'll be honest, they're a little less critical if you are drawing backgrounds and buildings and cars from reference, unless it's from like somebody else's famous photo, like that kind of stuff. They're probably not going to crack down on too much, but it's characters. They really come after people. So yeah, I'm gonna now add back my news document. Japan uses Lightbox all the time, Kyle Carter. It's just that you're supposed to take your own reference images, not just find people on Instagram and trace them, which, you know, we would criticize too, but I don't think people would like get as worked up. Because I mean, somebody like Greg Land obviously like traces a lot of stuff, and he's got a pretty successful career. It is more the asking permission part, like, and using something that's kind of famous, because it was like a model on Insta. It wasn't like, yeah, I don't know, not great. All right, where was my news document? All right, we'll continue with other news. Frank Miller is writing a memoir. Yeah. So it's going to be an autobiography. It's going to be released by a company called Canongate. I've never heard of them, I have to admit. Comes out in July of next year. In July. He's structured this book into 16 lessons, quote, for the aspiring creative reader. It's called Push the Wall. He's 68 now, and he's going to look back at his life and career until this point. It's also got 12 full-color illustrations from his previous work. I feel like I wish that there was more. But yeah, 240 pages, so not a small book, $35 for the hardcover. And you can pre-order places like Amazon. I'm not saying that's where you need to, but if you use that one, I get a super tiny commission. I think Amazon will kick over 2 or 3 cents. But I would read that. Yeah, Frank Miller's had an interesting life, and I adore the stuff he did in the 70s, 80s, 90s. Later, not as into, but I still respect that he's trying new things creatively. Yeah, but God, anything from the 80s. Yes, please. Oh, by the way, I think that is coming out on the 40th anniversary of Dark Knight Returns. I'm pretty sure that that's part of why it's scheduled for like July 2026. Yes, please mail me some pennies, ideally in a sock and ideally taped in such a way that when I open the box, it hits me in the head and I get some hilarious cartoon birds that go around my head, which I can then catch and eat for sustenance. That's worth more than a few pennies. Oh, I heard about this. I don't have that chain near me. I guess Ollie's is some sort of an overstock or discount type store. But I heard that they have some artist editions, including Frank Miller's Ronin artist edition. So congrats on getting that, because I hear it's a steal. That's awesome. Yeah, that's fair too. Even if you don't agree with everything he said, like, he certainly had an amazing career, a huge influence. I'd be very interested to hear what he has to say. I'm definitely going to pick that up. There is one at Ollie's, or there should be, because I honestly don't know about an Amanda Connor artist edition, but I'd love to read something like that. Could IDW also, or not also, but could Rick Veitch also have another thing from IDW? I'm just stuttering all over the place. Let's reset. Okay, resetting. Swamp Thing we talked about. Definitely getting printed for the first time. In 1989, Rick Veitch also made a Ninja Turtles story, which hasn't been reprinted. Okay, technically, it was like reprinted in like a foreign omnibus or something like that. But basically, it's like the one story from the original Ninja Turtles run that just doesn't get reprinted. It's very hard unless the best way to get it is to go get the original issues by flipping through back issues. It's a great story, folks. So, 1989, Rick Veitch wrote and illustrated a 3-issue story. I made an episode about it on Comic Tropes and why I think it's cool. Raphael gets bitten by a leech. The leech gets the mutagen from Raphael's blood and starts to turn into, like a creature like they did, while Raphael mutates back into a normal turtle. And the turtles have to save their brother. Very cool. Very cool. Anyway, Veitch did not care for Mirage's retroactive work for hire terms that allowed for reprints. Like, basically, they had sort of a creator-owned type deal when you do issues of the Ninja Turtles books. But then for the reprints, where they're putting together a bunch of different creators, because everybody was doing like 1, 2, and 3 issue stories for a long time. And they were like, well, like, we'd put them all together. How do you then have to calculate, okay, we made this many sales here, and this percentage should go to this artist, and this percentage should go to this writer, and then et cetera for each of the books. They were like, that's very complex. How about a retroactive work for hire detail? Well, we'll buy it for you for like a price that we can all agree on, and then it can get reprinted. And everybody agreed to that except for Rick Veitch, which is totally fair. He just was like, no, I don't love these terms. So it hasn't been reprinted, and he doesn't get anything from that. There you go. Yeah, you watch a show like West Coast Avengers, he's got live streams where he has cool books like this that aren't super common, and you might be able to get them at a really good price. Anyway, earlier this week, there's a website called Edelweiss where you can order comics, trades, books, stuff like that. They had a page to pre-order a trade paperback that described his 3-issue story. They had a price, they had how many pages. They had a lot of details. That has since been pulled, so I don't really have that to show to you. But, like, why was that up, right? Well, anyway, Veitch himself posted this to Facebook this week. I'm in discussions with IDW and Paramount. They own Ninja Turtles now, but there's no contract yet. That said, no names. I did hear at New York Comic Con some rumors that while not that it had been agreed on or anything, but that they're close to getting a contract that everybody can agree to. I hope so, because folks, aside from the comics by Laird or Eastman together or separately on that original Ninja Turtles run, this Rick Veitch thing is the coolest, and it's just awesome. So I hope that they can get it. The Edelweiss song is going through your head. Let me get it out of your head by singing a different song. So long, farewell, adieu, adieu, adieu. I don't know where it goes from there. IDW Dark has vowed to expand on the movies Smile and A Quiet Place. I know everybody back home right now is like, you know, oh, they're so eager to touch themselves over that news, but it could be fun. Not touching yourself, that's never fun. God does not like that. What could be fun is expanding these movies in comic book form, and especially in POG form. IDW, get to work on that. IDW's horror imprint announced 2 licensed books that will come out in 2026. First, we've got Smile for the Camera. That's a pretty good subtitle, I gotta say. It's going to be published in February. It's written by Hannah Rose May with art by Mariana Puglia. It's set back in 2005, and the Smile entity is inspiring paranoia among a group of runway models. That feels of a piece with what I've seen out of Smile. I liked Smile 2 also. I thought it was probably a little better than the first one. I don't know. It was different. And then A Quiet Place, Storm Warning. That's going to launch in March. And this one, I really respect Phil Hester. He's going to both be the writer and the layout artist, with finished art by Ryan Kelly. And that focuses on the residents of a small island town in the Midwest, in a town called Pearl, Iowa. So I assume like on a river or something like that. And they're attempting to survive the aliens. Yeah, could be good. Could be good. That is a great question. Where is he? Where did Happy Conan go? Do I still have it? Do I have it nearby? I thought I pulled it out from my interview with Jim Zub a little while ago. I don't know where I put it, folks. I'm sorry. I've let you down. There's no super Happy Conan right now. We got more news. Free Comic Book Day got purchased. It's kind of weird that you'd need to purchase it. I've said like how you could just rename it and still do it and it would have the same effect. But there's some cachet, I think, to name recognition at this point. Canadian comic book and gaming distributor Universal, they bought the rights to Free Comic Book Day from the Sparkle Pop Ad Populum company, who had bought it from Diamond Comics Distribution. I'm rich. Thank you, Max. Since we're talking about horror comics, I picked up Keezy Young's new horror mystery graphic novel, Hello Sunshine, recently. I really enjoyed it. Lots of great art, and it's almost 400 pages long. Hello Sunshine. I'll look that up. I wouldn't mind digging into like a meaty, full horror comic story. That could be fun. It has been renamed, I should point out. It's been named Free Comic Book Day. They say that it's what people are all about. All right, so Universal Distribution states that it will, quote, imminently begin integrating Free Comic Book Day's operational planning, publisher coordination, and retailer outreach into its systems. Preparations are underway for Free Comic Book Day 2026, including open calls for publishers and announcements of exclusive titles, promotional tie-ins, and additional event features. Retailers, publishers, fans, and media are invited to watch for announcements over the coming months as Universal shares its roadmap and seeks broad participation across the comics ecosystem. I'll just say that Universal Distribution, seems to be gearing up to do a lot more business in North America. Specifically, I'm talking about the US. It seems to me that they're like making inroads because they've started distributing a little bit of comics into the US, not just Canada, fairly recently. Now they bought this. Seems to me that they're trying to set up for being a competitor in that space, and I hope it happens. If it came with free poutine, I would be the biggest supporter of Free Comic Book Day the world has ever seen. Oh, and if you didn't know, it was started back in 2002 by a retailer, a guy named Joe Field, before Diamond acquired the naming rights and did all the organization and stuff like that. But now it's been sold as part of their bankruptcy. But that does, yeah, 2002. It's always the first Saturday in May. First one was for Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man movie. Like, that was why it tied it to that. Very cool. Meanwhile, on the other side of Diamond's bankruptcy, Sparkle Pop, you know, the company that bought Diamond, claims that Dynamite, the comics publisher, owes them money. What? So Dynamite has been engaged in a lawsuit with the debtor entity, Diamond Comics Distribution, and Dynamite argues that there are at least $500,000 in administrative costs. And they're also part of something called the Consignment Group, which is a group of publishers that are fighting to get back their inventory currently at the warehouse. It was given to them to sell on consignment, and now, like, you know, the new company is saying, like, no, we own this inventory. So it's a big thing. So now we've got Sparkle Pop / Ad Populum. It's one company. There's sort of two divisions, but it's one company. They're the new owners of Diamond Distribution, and they claim that Dynamite somehow did not honor their exclusive distribution deal, and they're suing Dynamite for $1.7 million in lost costs. I looked through the court filings. I couldn't understand it well enough to see anywhere where it tried to break those costs down in terms that I could in turn relate to you guys. Sounds like an awful lot of money to go after Dynamite for. What a dumpster fire. I'll just say, it does not seem like Sparkle Pop Ad Populum has really any interest in being friendly to comics retailers, publishers, etc. I don't know why they bought this. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Good luck resolving all of this. I don't know who's right or anything. It just seems like a crazy case. Both sides going after each other. I have a hard time understanding how they think that Dynamite could have cost them $1.7 million in lost sales while still supposedly holding on to a bunch of their inventory and owing them tons of money. In happier news for Dynamite, this is probably exciting to a lot of people. I admit it's a bit of a blind spot for me, but we're going to, the Ben 10 creators are working on the character again, this time with Dynamite. So, Man of Action Studios are the creators of Ben 10, and that's Joe Casey, Joe Kelly, Duncan Rouleau, and Stephen T. Siegel. They are going to oversee the new Ben 10 comic that is going to be published by Dynamite, and that comes out this February. Joe Casey specifically will be the writer of the book. He does a bunch of stuff with Dynamite, like, what did we talk with him about that he does? I'm just bad at names. Johnny Quest is one that he does over there. We've got Robert Carey illustrating. I'm pretty sure he's done some James Bond stuff at Dynamite before, if I'm remembering right. The book is going to feature a new origin, and therefore it's, you know, basically a jumping on point if you don't know the character that well or haven't kept up with the cartoons. I've never seen any of them, to be honest. I just know it's popular. It follows young Ben Tennyson as he discovers the Omnitrix, a device that can sense danger and transform the wearer with alien DNA. All I thought that was cool is popular cartoons, really, because I think there have been several series, I'm glad to see that the people that actually created him are involved with the comic book version. I think he designed at least a bunch of the alien forms, if not everything. I think they all had a hand in designing it. Yeah. It became a mess of a cartoon? I don't know anything about that. I think it makes sense to start with something fresh for a comic. Vampires in the White House? This seems so on the nose, but I also think it sounds cool. Let me talk about it. So the new publisher, Ignition Press, they announced a new title by writer B. Clay Moore and artist Mac Chater. Gonna guess on the pronunciation there. It's called Bloodland. It's a vampire book, obviously. The press release states the premise, quote, "Imagine the President of the United States abusing his power well into an unconstitutional extended term, shielded by broken systems and a party of loyalists. Now imagine that government fortified in their power by literal vampires." Not bad. Timing is right. Could be fun. Could be fun. That is a pretty clever title. Yeah. Red House. I like B. Clay Moore's writing. It's been a little, I love Clay. He's a great guy. He's a really good writer. I've also been tremendously frustrated because he had a Kickstarter 10 years ago for an omnibus of Hawaiian Dick that still hasn't come out that I backed. But he did just post an update like within this last week that it's, going to the printer. So I sure as hell hope so. That would be nice. I like that book a lot. And if that book comes out, I would be way more inclined to buy anything that Clay is doing. Transmetropolitan feels on the nose right now. Yeah. I'm sure that every sort of book about, a corrupt politician feels on the nose to someone somewhere in the world at any given time. Yes, Daniel Warren Johnson drew his absolute Batman choking out an ICE officer. I think a lot of people got a kick out of that. I went to the Harvey Awards. Thanks to Derek Kirk Kim. And I've got a little story here. Here, let me just focus on me. So Derek's awesome. Derek is such a great guy. And he was invited to the Harvey Awards because I think he was a presenter last year. So he got an automatic invitation to them this year. It is an invitation event, and you're allowed to bring a guest. He didn't come with anyone to New York, so he asked if I would like to be his guest. And I was like, absolutely. That sounds fun. I've never gone to the Harvey Awards, which is crazy because I think that they used to be at SPX, if I'm remembering right. And so I had friends that worked on them. Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't have gone, but maybe I did. No, they had the Ignats, don't they, at the SPX? So who had the Harvey Awards? Was it Baltimore Comic Con used to host them? Maybe it was Baltimore Comic Con. I'll also say this, just real quick. The Harvey Awards and the Eisner Awards started the same year because they used to be the Kirby Awards, and there was some arguments over who should run what, and so they split. They split and they became the Eisners and the Harveys. So there's a lot of history to both of them. The Harveys have less categories, so it's a little bit more of a focused awards show, but it's got a lot of great history behind it. Harvey Kurtzman and stuff like that. Oh, he's definitely doing more Last Mermaid, just to be clear. He's, I don't think it's a secret that he's doing more, and that he's just doing a bunch of issues, and it'll all sort of come out, monthly at a certain point, like for an arc. He's working on several things that should be coming out. Anyway, My point to this story was, okay, so we've got the awards, right? And I'm invited as a guest. Here's the thing. They are held within the convention center on Friday night. Well, you can't get into the convention without a badge. I didn't have a badge. So I had to sneak in with Derek. And I wasn't going to talk about this beforehand, but yeah, we basically just sort of did a mix of like confidence and playing dumb to get past two different gates of people checking for a badge to allow you into the convention center. I got a kick of that. But we got in. So let me bring this back up. The Harvey Awards. They were hosted once again by the Comic Book Couples Counseling Podcast, Brad and Lisa Gullickson, and they're super sweet. I got to talk with them and hang out. They're great. Digital Book of the Year went to Sarah's Scribbles by Sarah Anderson. You've probably seen those before. Best Adaptation went to Superman. There were like 10 things there, including like a play and all sorts of TV shows and stuff. It went to Superman by James Gunn. I think that's fair. Best Children's Book. Totally agree with this one. Went to Cartoonist Club by Raina Telgemeier and Scott McCloud. Really, really great. Really cool. Really cool. This was exciting, folks. The best young adult book went to Raised by Ghosts by Brianna Lowenson, and she was at my table. Brianna is really good friends with Derek, Jean Lun Yang, and Teen Pham. Now, you probably, like, I've talked a bunch about Jean Lun, sorry, I haven't talked about Jean. I talked about Derek. Love his book, Last Mermaid. Talked about that. All four of these people are from the Bay Area, the San Francisco Bay Area. So they're all really good friends. Teen Pham did a great book called what? Family what? Like Family Meal or something. He talks about his family sort of escaping from Vietnam on like a huge cargo boat and making it to America, and all the different meals that they would like eat and survive on over the years. It's really, really beautiful. And Jean Lun Yang, I mean, he's pretty famous. I mean, he's taking over Ninja Turtles this month as the writer, and he's done books like American Born Chinese, a bunch of other stuff. Like really a power group from the Bay Area that are all really good friends. And it was really great to get to know them beforehand, and therefore very exciting when Brianna actually won for Book of the Year. Very, very exciting. All right, a lot of me talking. Witch Hat Atelier by Kamome Shirahama and translated by Stephen Kohler won for Best Manga. I would have voted for Tokyo These Days, but that's just me. Black Sad, They All Fall Down, Book 2 by Juan Diaz Canales and Juanjo Guarnido, and translated by Diana Schutz and Brandon Kander. That one for Best International Book. That's the third year in a row, I believe, that Black Sad has won for Best International Book. Family Style by Teen Pham. Thank you. Family Style. It's a great book. Great book. They taught at the same school. I don't think I knew that part. Hey, Brunson. Really liked your Absolute Batman illustration you did this week. Anyway, Black Sad's great if you haven't read it. It's really good, so it does deserve that. Book of the Year went to Patrick Horvath for Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees. Got to meet him that night, and that was fun. So he might be on the show at some point in the future when he's got his next project to promote. That would be a lot of fun, I think. Inductees into the Hall of Fame included John Byrne, very cool, Peter David, the late Peter David, and his widow accepted on his behalf, and she had a pretty good joke. She said, well, I can just confirm for all of you that Peter is now truly a ghost writer. Peter David allegedly was a ghostwriter for some novels, and that was a pretty good joke. Patrick McDonnell of the comic strip Mutts, he was inducted. Barbara Sherman, the late Barbara Sherman, she did a lot of illustrations for magazines back in, like the 40s and 50s and stuff. And Wendy and Richard Peeney. And I got to talk to them. And I might also have them on at some point, because I think ElfQuest is a pretty important book in the indie comics world. And it was really nice to meet them. It was really, really cool. People laughing at the ghostwriter joke. It was pretty good, folks. It went over well, and it just showed that, like, Peter David always had a sense of humor, and it's nice that his wife could have one too, because Peter's last several years weren't fantastic. He had a lot of health issues, and yeah, it's nice. Oh, cool. You bought the DC Finest Supergirl. It was a different take on things, which is very cool. And I think that is it. Yeah, that's everything for the news. Wow. That was a lot, huh? Because what is this? It's already been 2 hours for just the news. Usually I can do that in closer to an hour. Well, I also had the interview with Scott Snyder, I suppose. But that's a lot. Tell you what, let's keep the show moving, because I've got a lot to show you for the comics that came out this week, including the comics that I got at New York Comic Con from both people that would just give me their indie comics and stuff I bought from legendary creators. So that was the news. It is time for the next segment, reviews.
Let's review.
Review it.
The review.
The reviews are in. I repeat, the reviews are in.
Go to reviews.
What? Speaking of bad reviews.
Don't worry about that review.
Let's review all the facts.
All right, gentlemen, let's review.
Before we do, let's review.
Those reviews really came out fast.
Maybe we can review some right now?
I'm not going to review all that again.
Now let's review.
Not my worst review.
Let's review, shall we? To review.
I think I've reviewed about as much as I can.
Just enough time to add this. Good. Yeah, we mentioned him towards the top of the show. Drew Struzan, absolute legend. Tell you what, I'll talk about stuff like media, including Peacemaker, after I do some reviews. Let's see. I won't review absolutely everything that I bought this week, but I want to talk at least about I'll talk at least about 4. And then I'll show you some of the stuff I got at the convention. So, new era for Transformers. Obviously a top-selling book. Oh, and I had to get my books this week. I was on a trip. So I got these at my original comic store that I first bought comics like back issues and such for, and indie books. New England Comics in Quincy, Massachusetts. I got to go there. I was visiting my family up in Massachusetts this past week, and that was kind of fun for me. Just go to the original comics store that I first shopped at. That was really fun. They had this cool foil version of Transformers 25, and it was just cover price, same as like the non-foil version. So I got it. And I'll say something. Usually foil's kind of fun. I don't like paying a whole lot for it, but a lot of the foil covers are super shiny like this, right? This DC one. But Skybound Image printed this sort of foil that's almost got sort of a matte finish, so it doesn't take like fingerprints the same way. It's not quite as glossy, but I kind of like this a lot more. It's still a little bit shiny and metallic, which I think fits really well for Transformers. Yeah, it was kind of, I like this. Between the two styles, I kind of like this slightly less shiny, less fingerprint sensitive, super slick version. I don't know what the difference is. I can't speak to the exact paper, but I like this version. But talking about Transformers, new creative team, although there's a little bit of carryover, but Robert Kirkman is now writing, and Dan Mora is credited as the main artist, although it does start off still with Jorge Corona drawing almost half of the issue. The Decepticons are really hurting. They're in disarray after suffering a huge loss at the end of the Daniel Warren Johnson run. And it's just about them rebuilding. And I liked it. I loved the surprise of seeing that there were a bunch of pages by Jorge. That was kind of nice to have that bit of continuity, to have something sort of bend that way. And he specifically does all this Decepticon stuff. And then we get something that takes me back to the cartoon. We've got this whole page that has the Decepticon symbol, and it's specifically on the page you would turn, goes to the Autobots, boom. We transition the scene from the bad guys to the good guys, and now we've got new comic book artist Dan Mora on the Autobots side of the story. If anything, I feel like he's really leaning into a little more of a manga style, I think, than what I've seen with his work in the past, which I would consider a little bit more European influenced. I think what's exciting about Dan Mora is that he straddles that sort of line between the Lean Claire style of bande dessinée and the energetic and emotional, like simplified, clean faces that you'd see in manga. There's a little bit of both influences that I see in his work. And I like that. I like that a lot. But here's what's coolest is Daniel Warren Johnson had some great emotional characters and some great characterization so that we really loved Optimus Prime, right? And you go, well, it's a new writer. Is he going to be able to keep up with that? So far, I'll just say Optimus Prime still very much, the noble, loving father figure. And I like that. That's really cool. We still get cool action scenes. There's a big fight. But some of the most exciting stuff were these hints to the future of Transformers, including hints at new characters. For instance, Wheeljack discovers some dinosaur bones where their spaceship, the Ark, used to be, because their spaceship had crashed into a mountain like millions of years ago, and Skywarp's Decepticon teleportation technology made it disappear, right? So the Autobots are like don't have their base of operations. But it makes so much sense to me that like he'd go into explore this empty cavernous space and to come across a dinosaur. I mean, come on, that's clearly a hint that we're going to get the Dinobots, and it's a cool idea. It feels organic to the story. It doesn't just feel like it was fun, but in the cartoon, it was like one day Wheeljack was just like, dinosaurs, I think I'll create some. It was like literally that was the story. That is to say, dinosaurs. Oh, John. Oh, that is. Oh, okay. That's my impression, my perfect impression of Jeff Goldblum. Anyway, I think that that's a clear hint at Grimlock coming. Meanwhile, the Autobots are approached by a guy named General Flag. Don't expect you to know this if you only know Transformers lore, but this is the Energon universe, and General Flag was a high up in G.I. Joe comics and lore. And he might not be he's definitely not as noble and good as General Hawk, okay, who runs G.I. Joe. But he approaches Optimus Prime to come work for them, and he reveals that they've got something sort of separate from G.I. Joe. They've got a different military branch or military sort of, what would I call it, like a unit dedicated to studying these robots. And they have already recovered 2 inactive Autobots here. So we might get some new characters revived soon. But here's the last thing I'm going to tell you about, okay? Here's who's running this. Here's who's running this part of the military. Miles Mayhem. Now, this isn't as big a surprise, maybe, if you've already been reading the Energon special and you saw Matt Tracker is friends with G.I. Joe member Clutch. Miles Mayhem was always presented as a military bad guy from the Mask toy line and cartoons. Miles Mayhem is now in charge of this unit that's going to be working with the Autobots. So you can basically, the Autobots are not going to be working with the best of humanity, I think, is like, and there's some interesting stuff to play there. I don't think the Autobots know, but we, the audience, know. So it's like we've got a ticking bomb that's underneath the desk, and we know about it, and it's creating some tension right from the beginning. These are not good people for the Autobots to work with, but the Autobots wouldn't know that. They'd have no way of knowing. This is a good use of using stuff that we know from previous versions of stories, resetting it from ground zero so that, you know, there's a new take on stuff and there's no lore that you have to know, but you know that these characters aren't the best. I love it. I think it's a great introduction to this book, or this chapter, I'll say, of the book. And there's a lot of interesting stuff that could happen at this point. You know, there are only 4 of the aerial bots left. There were 5, and they used to form a big Gestalt robot. And in Transformers lore, like basically when these 5 or 6 different combiner groups create a new big robot, it's like all their minds fed into this one hive mind. It hasn't addressed it yet, but one of them is absolutely dead from the Daniel Warren Johnson arc. And it just sort of begs an interesting question. What would happen to that being that's missing 20% of itself? I think that that's an interesting enough idea to investigate. Love the cover here by David Nakayama. Glad I got to see him at the convention. Great guy. Really exciting cover. Interesting teases for different characters that could like easily be an important part of this run. I just wanted to mention I just started a comics channel and posted my first 2 videos. Well, good luck. As long as I'm looking at shiny stuff, we got the first issue of DCKO, and I got a blind bag, and I got this cover, which is by Greg Capullo. Obviously, if I had my choice of things, I would have loved a Daniel Warren Johnson cover. You know me, but this is gorgeous. I love Greg Capullo as well. Got to see him and Todd McFarlane and letterer Tom Orzechowski all hanging out like as close as I am to the camera. It was close to me. So what's this book, though? We've got Scott Snyder as the writer and Javi Fernandez writing this book. And I hinted at some of this earlier, but Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman are just meeting socially as themselves. And they look outside, and there's this absolutely massive version of Darkseid. And not only is he there, he's everywhere all at once. He's in Gotham, Themyscira, the Rock of Eternity, Oa, and more. And he's trashing all the heroes, okay? He's trashing the heroes. And then the time travelers in the DC universe, including Booster Gold, the Time Trapper, characters like that, they pull the DC heroes and they're like, yeah, basically, we just used the last of our energy to bring you back in time. You've already lost. You've already lost. We brought you back a couple days. Then there's a bunch of weird sort of like, you know, lore that's hinted at to explain why is Darkseid powerful? How can we beat him? And the only thing they come up with is, you know, it's hand-waving pseudoscience. That's not the important part. It's plausible enough to move forward, is that they could gather energy to compete against Darkseid if they engage in a life or death tournament. Essentially, Darkseid has this stuff called Omega energy that responds to negativity and conquest and stuff like that. And they can gather what they need by truly fighting to the death. And to even fight to the death, it starts off with them. Hold on, I'm moving forward to get to this point. Engaging in this competition, and only 32 people can compete. And so like they're all these heroes are just racing across a battlefield full of traps and stuff, and some of them are getting killed right away. Like Adam Strange here just gets blown up right away. Who else gets damage? Damage gets killed right away. All sorts of characters just don't make it. Batman doesn't make it. Batman is killed off in this by the Joker. Superman does make it. And this is what gets to the heart of this story. There is an emotional there is an emotional center. There's a central character, and it's Superman. Because Superman is not a killer, is he? He's always going to try to save everybody's life. But Batman, with his dying breath, goes like, look, only one of us can survive and gather this energy to potentially beat Darkseid and reset things. It's like, if you are going to fight, you have to fight to win. It's the only hope of everybody surviving. So it's a weird thing where Superman is really going to be challenged. You know, like that's not the kind of way he can fight. And how's he going to get through this? I don't know yet. Yeah, there's a couple characters in this that they just lose by bad luck. Like not everybody could make it. So some of them just have bad luck. And no, I don't think Aquaman died. Well, at least not in what's going on right now. Look, ultimately all that matters is this is the premise to get us to the point where 32 heroes and villains will battle each other. Okay? Yes, I like this summarization that Kevin has. Wonder Woman says, look, this is a game. We started like, with them playing a game night, like socially. And she's like, this is a game. And the only way that everybody can win is if initially you treat it like a game and fight to win. Like in your one-on-one matches, you can't just sort of knock somebody out. You have to like basically finish them off. And that's the only way you could possibly reset everything. And there's even a hint that they could be going up against the absolute versions of themselves. Although, since it's a hint, it may just as likely be, I don't know, like clones or robots or something. I don't know. Your money's on Starro. I think that they have the tournament bracket in the back here, don't they? I like that it's a little bit random with who made it through. I thought that they had the bracket. They do. There's the brackets, which you've probably seen online. Since this subverted some expectations, for instance, Joker killed Batman. Batman is not actually in the tournament. While you could vote on who wins in round one, there weren't prizes for getting that right or wrong. But there are prizes for getting rounds 2, 3, 4, and 5 right. And it's probably like whoever gets it right is put into like a lottery system. But they will have prizes where, you can win even the chance to be drawn into a future DC issue. I still think that my initial guesses of Superman making it really far, I see Superman and Lex making it pretty far and having to face each other. I don't know if I think that Lex or Superman will go further, but I think that Superman is the central character. I think Superman will have to be the one to go all the way. And if you watch the video or watch my interview at the beginning of this, Scott Snyder did seem pretty excited for an opportunity to write Superman again. So I think that he's going to be the most important character here. But that's just a guess. It's still early in this tournament bracket system. Things could surprise me. But now that Joker is here, I don't know how Joker could beat Star Sapphire, but I think he will, because then that would mean he'd either fight Damian Wayne or Red Hood. And I'm sure that he's going to fight Red Hood. I mean, he killed Jason Todd. Jason Todd came back. I think that seeing them fight would be really cool. Yeah, it almost feels too easy. You're like Superman, you know, but I think that this is sort of a Superman story at its core. It affects everybody, but I think it's a Superman story ultimately about how far he'd need to go to save everybody. And that would basically mean he'd have to do things he's really uncomfortable with the idea that he just has to win. He has to. It really is something like with those kind of stakes. You just have to win. Superman versus Supergirl, I think, will have to happen, and that's going to be sort of his real crucible initially of having to do something like that. The New 32. That would have been a good tagline, at least as a marketing gimmick. It's fun, folks. It's crazy. It's bonkers. It's really bonkers. It's just a bunch of superheroes and supervillains beating the crap out of each other, but tournament style. So they have to win. Somebody gets eliminated. It moves on. Somebody's going to win. Somebody's going to lose. I liked it. So the other week I had, 2 weeks ago now, I think. Yeah, I had Jim Zub, Grim Jim Zub, on the show. And one thing he was talking about was this issue of Conan the Barbarian. Issue 25, 2 years into his run. This is a standalone issue that took a full year to make because it is all hand-painted by the artist of this piece. Let me get his full name here in the credits. Alex, I'm trying to get the last name here. Where did they put the credits for this damn thing? Oh, there it is. Okay. Alex Horley. I like when you can get a one-shot that summarizes something important about a character. This is a King Conan story. So later in Conan's life, where he has grudgingly taken the mantle of leader of a kingdom. And he has a mysterious stranger come to speak to him to get an audience. And along with that comes a series of challenges. And it just shows how enduring Conan is, you know, how tough he is, not just physically still, but mentally too. And he's a very smart guy. But it's fun. It's really fun to get a full done-in-one story that tells you something about Conan's strength and his morals, and where we get to see him in an environment. We've seen some stories before if you're a big Conan fan, but we haven't seen as many. We haven't seen too many of him as King Conan. It's a really fun story. I strongly recommend it, basically. That's what I'm getting at. No, I'm super excited to see when the Liam Sharp Conan book comes out. I'll definitely get that. Really, really cool book. Some of this art, oops, shouldn't show all of it. There is some nudity. There's also some extreme violence. But that's kind of some of what makes Conan cool and fun. It's not ashamed of being a badass. And I like the occasional painted comic. It can really work well when there's still good storytelling. Sometimes painted comics can look too stiff, but there's a good energy to a lot of this. And there's some great compositions. Any of these panels are worthy of being hung up in a gallery. They're great. They're really, really cool. So, very fun. The last new book I want to talk about, and then I'll move on, is this version of The Punisher, which is set in the future when Punisher is older and more grizzled. It's written by Jimmy Palmiotti, art by Dan Panosian. Folks, it's a pretty badass take on Punisher. It's a Punisher who's going up against a drug dealer that's selling a drug called Zombie, or Z, which can like actually make somebody very highly influenced. I noticed one weird thing, and this is such a sort of a nitpicky type of thing, but I noticed something. I'm reading this page when they first mentioned the drug, okay? And I know that this is too tiny for you to like easily see there. I'll make it a little bigger for this. But when they mention zombie or Z, they do it with like the slash through the Z. The letterer does it that way, if you know what I'm talking about. Z with a little cross through it, kind of like the German way of drawing a 7. But then on basically the next page, they've got just a traditional flat Z. It's done differently, but it's talking about the same thing. And I was like, wait, that's kind of weird. Is there a reason? And I'm going back and forth, and I'm like, there's no story reason for the Z to be presented differently. So I go to the credits, and I see lettering. Richard Starkings and Comicraft's Tyler Smith. And I go, oh, 2 different letters did different pages. And guess what? I go further, and the Z style goes back and forth. So they each had different ways of doing it. They were using somehow the same font, but I think one of them may have been like a capitalization or something like that. And one wasn't. I don't know. But it's definitely 2 different letters. And this is small. It doesn't take you out of the story per se, but I noticed it, okay? And neither looks good or bad. Well, they both look good, excuse me. Neither looks bad. But I just sort of feel like that's something an editor should probably be catching. And, you know, we've got Nick Lowe and an assistant editor, Caitlin Lintvet. I just sort of feel like that should be one of the things an editor should catch. Not just continuity, not just overseeing a story, not just, you know, getting the right team together. I think that there should be an element of proofreading, you know, hands off for like telling people, okay, you know, I want you to change this page, but not that page. No, you know, for the most part, hire a good creative team, let them do their magic. But before it goes out, I really do feel like that they should be proofing this stuff and finding something tiny like that. I didn't find any spelling errors, but that to me like felt, if I noticed it, that's all I can say. I bet hardly anybody did. And so I'm probably the jerk here. But anyway, I will say, like, the art is incredible. And it just looks awesome. And it's badass as hell. So if you've wanted to see Punisher get, you know, pushed to his limits and be that sort of war machine, this takes you there. But we've seen that. So why would this be worth reading? Because by the end, the villain basically gets Punisher on Z so that he would be, you know, his zombie, his thrall, be able to get Punisher to do some bad stuff on his behalf. That's an interesting thing for Punisher to get over. And would Punisher forgive himself for like, you know, potentially killing innocent people? I don't know if Punisher would really be totally okay with that. What was the Conan title? The one that I was talking about here that I recommend is just Conan the Barbarian issue 25. It just came out this past week. So your store should have it. And then I had picked up a back issue that just looked interesting. It was issue 7 of Red Sonja, so I'm pretty sure it has Frank Thorne art, and it's just her against Conan. I don't know. It's just kind of fun that Marvel used to do stuff like that here and there. I don't know if $5 is a fair price or not. It just, to me, it seemed fair. Yep, Frank Thorne, illustrator. Roy Thomas writing. Or at least ghost writing. Well, at least credited as writer, I should say. Maybe not the writer. Yeah. Frank Thorne loved drawing pretty girls. So he was a good fit for this era on Red Sonja. And it's cool seeing Sonja and Conan battle. Kind of fun. But yeah, it's issue 7 of Red Sonja. Just a fun issue that... sort of an impulse item for me. I don't pick up lots of back issues, mostly like trades and stuff. But yeah. Let me switch over to stuff that I picked up at the convention. I didn't buy a whole lot. I bought a couple comics, but before that, I was a little amused at this. Some of you guys know that I like Lego. I got a couple like custom Legos at this one place. For instance, here's baby Grogu in his little pod. That's fun. This one's pretty cool. I think a lot of people will like this. Got Ash from Evil Dead with the Necronomicon and a chainsaw in Lego form. That's cute. What else? This one I really got for Chrissy because she likes the movie, but we've got the new prequel TV show coming up soon. There's a Pennywise. These are things Lego would never make, but I think they're cool. I love the manga Spy Family, so this tiny little Anya really amused me. What else did I get? Oh, I got a Xenomorph. We just had Alien Earth. Not a fantastic finale, but not a total disaster either. I like this Xenomorph. That's some pretty good printing and stuff on the body. I don't know if I'll keep this one or give it to like a friend that loves this stuff more than I do, but I was very amused that they made such a good-looking version of Art the Clown from the Terrifier movies. In Lego format. To go with that sort of black and white horror theme, I also got a Junji Ito Tomy. Let me just... black and white horror. It's the second head growing out of the neck. Got a bunch of Fantastic Four stuff. They've got this weird custom body for the Thing. Custom head too, I think. Galactus with super tall legs just to make him stand above everybody else. Great head, great helmet though. That's a really cool helmet. I saw the famous Galactus cosplay. That one that's like 10 feet tall or something. Oh my God, was that impressive in person. If you're curious, I can show you photos from Comic-Con, but we'll do a few other things. Hey, how about this? Invincible. Pretty straightforward. But I like him. I love and like him. Yeah. Mark Grayson Invincible is a Lego. Pretty cool. Almost done. Two more. Sue Storm with a baby Franklin Richards. She can hold. Using that micro baby figure to good effect there. And finally, maybe just because I had just seen the play, but I was excited to get this guy. Hold on, putting his hat on. It's Hopper from Stranger Things with a nice mug of coffee and his hat. Yeah, got a Hopper. So anyway, just some weird Lego that I picked up, but I was amused by. Terrifier. So silly. Jay Smooth says, read that Conan 25 is going to second printing. I did hear that it sold out at the distributor level, so that's cool. All right, let's move over to the comics that I picked up. I'll start with the ones that I bought. Some of them have stories. Let me pull the camera back a little. So this is Bill Sienkiewicz, signed by him in person. And it was great to talk to Bill. I'm a big fan of Sienkiewicz's artwork. Big fan. He was drawing New Mutants when I was getting into comics, and his style was utterly different than anything else I had seen. So it was very exciting. He really helped show me that comics could be more than what I thought they were at the time. And I admire that he loves painting and mixed media. And he knew who I was. We had met a couple years ago, but I didn't expect him to remember me. But he goes, "It's an honor to meet you, Chris." And I'm like, "No, sir, the privilege is mine. The privilege is mine, but that's very kind of you." And we agreed. He will be on the show at some point when he's got something to promote and like his work schedule allows. So he said he'd really like to do it, and I am going to hold him to that. So not like right away, but at some point it will happen. Look at some of these cool designs for like this is for the Apple TV Tech Noir series Sugar. I didn't see that show. Anybody see it? Sugar? But there was some stuff for Dune. Lots of stuff for Marvel. Just some gorgeous drawings. Concept poster paintings for Caligula for a reissue of that movie. Vintage monster movie stuff. Wolfman. Gorgeous, gorgeous book. And so that's one that I paid not just for the book, but paid for the signature. But I had just talked about like Michael Golden, how I was a little surprised when I went up to get that one signed, and he was just like, "Sure." And then he was like, $30. And I was like, "Oh, no, okay." Because I am okay with paying for a signature. I just wish it was really obvious right up front. And Bill Sienkiewicz signs out of the Alex Ross booth, and they've got a really big sign right up front where they're selling everything, saying that it's like $40 for a signature. Fine. Fine. Thanks for being upfront and just telling me that that's what it is. And I'm fine with that. And that makes sense. They're doing it through sort of a gallery, essentially. There's people. You enjoyed Sugar? Well, there's some great concept art. Anyway, I got to have a nice conversation with Bill. We got a picture together. He was very complimentary to me, which just really made me feel good. And my friend Evan was standing right next to me because he was getting a signature too. And he likes comics. He was very impressed that Bill not only knew who I was, but like was so kind to me. I mean, Evan had seen my viewers coming up to me throughout the day, but that was a little different, right? When like, you know, a celebrity like this says something. Anyway, I love Bill Sienkiewicz. Love watching him work. Just layer, all sorts of different mixed media until he feels that it's right. There's such energy the way he does things. That was a real privilege. On the other end of meeting a luminary in comics and paying for a signature was meeting somebody that I thought this is going to be a garbage experience, but I admired Jim Steranko a lot as an artist. I really do. Not that many comics, but I made an episode and I loved not just his Shield stuff that everybody remembers. I loved an adaptation of the Sean Connery sci-fi western Outland, which he did in Heavy Metal magazine. It was incredible. He's a great artist, a great storyteller. He really is. But he's also, you know, your crazy uncle or grandpa that's become MAGA-brained. And I knew going up to him that it wouldn't like be a fun, cutesy experience. I just knew that we wouldn't get along, but it's okay. I tried, and I got his book here, The History of Comics, Volume 2, and or The Story of Comics, he calls it, sorry. And he did sign it in front of me. That's his signature, which is a very nice signature. And he told me it's the best signature in comics. So I was like, oh, okay. And I asked for a picture despite knowing that he has a rule. And here's what I got. He goes, "Only if you're a hot broad. No pictures with dudes." Oh, gross, sir. You're an 87-year-old man. Do you really think these hot broads are lining up for a chance to get a picture with you and go home with you? That's an interesting take on things. You know, we talked a little, and he asked me where I was from, and I said Seattle, and he goes, "Oh, you know, is it a garbage place like that hellhole Portland?" And I'm like, well, first of all, you've been there for like our conventions the last couple of years, so you know that it's not a hellhole. But he still said that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, he won't take a picture with you unless you're a hot girl. That's a real thing. That's not just a joke. He literally will not allow you. He'll just walk away if he needs to. He won't take a picture. And I told him, no, Seattle's beautiful. So's Portland. It's gorgeous. And he goes, no. The news shows. And I go, no, the news is wrong. It's great. It's great. It's beautiful. And he goes, that's not what I see on the news. And I was like, well, I can't speak to what news you're watching, sir. There was more to it, but, you know, whatever. It's what I expected, so I'm not disappointed. He's still a legend. He's still a great artist and very important to the industry. And he's probably not going to be around that much longer. So I said, yeah, all right. I'll have a bad conversation and pay a bunch of money to get a signature. $50 for a signature. Fine. To me, it was worth it. As a student of comics, I'm glad I've got the experience, even if it didn't go as well as I hoped. And I find his book there fascinating. I've already got volume 1. That's the only other volume he made. He said that he's going to make a third to me. And I said, really? When? And he's like, I don't know. Yeah. If you don't try to confront him, I'm sure he just tells the stories that he's used to telling. I just push back. I love Declan Shalvey. He's really come into his own as a writer. I picked up his sketchbook and chatted with him. Oh, I'll show you that too in a sec. Some great pieces here in his new sketchbook. Just lots to admire. Interesting composition. Interesting interplay with negative space, light and dark. Yeah, there's a lot that I feel like I can learn from this. I enjoyed it. So he's got a new sketchbook. I paid for that gladly. Got a signature, right? Yeah, to Chris. Good. Chris Eliopoulos was hanging out at Eric Larson's table. Obviously, they're really good friends. And so was Greg Wright, who basically has done tons of stuff in the industry, but I was first introduced to him writing books like Morbius and the 92 Midnight Suns era. Anyway, they were all great. Chris gave me this because he said he really enjoys the show, which was incredibly flattering. That's Captain Marvel Jr., original sketch with watercolor. Beautiful, beautiful. I went over because it's always interesting watching Eric Larson draw, like how he just sort of curls his pen in and sort of moves his whole arm. He was drawing Venom. It was nice. There's an early, this is coming out like in bookstores very soon. Viz is finally translated an incredibly popular manga called Kingdom. And they had early versions you could just buy. And I've never read it, but I know it's been very popular for a long time. There's a lot of volumes of it out already. I don't think it's finished yet, but I think that there's at least 20 volumes, I want to say. So I picked it up. It's about like, the wars with various tribes in China back in the day, but I'm not 100% sure on like, the era. I want to say that during the Qin dynasty, but I got to double check. But anyway, it's just something I've been curious about and wanting to check out. Oh, man, absolutely. I love Eliopoulos' art style. It's nice to see that he's had some... he's had a lot of success. He's had a lot of stuff. I think I saw an email about your Kickstarter, Chris. Did it already start or is it about to start? I get a lot of emails about people's Kickstarters. I'm sorry. Oh my God, that's way more than I thought. I knew it was a lot, but I didn't realize 76. So like they were slow to adapt this popular one to English. Larson puts all his rotational weight on his thumb. It's confounding. I can't quite wrap my head around how Eric draws, but it's it's interesting. Oh, this is one. I didn't buy this one, but I guess not all of this is stuff I bought. So this was cool. I saw David Nakayama. We get along. And he gave me, well, I don't have enough room to set it all up. He gave me the 6 consecutive issues of Transformers covers he gives, where there's always like at least one big prominent character. But if you put all 6 together, you can see Devastator. You see this like green thing? That's like one of those combiner Transformers that's huge. So if you lay them all out like 3 and 3, there you go. All right. Well, so Chris here has a Kickstarter, folks. I'll have to check that out more carefully. And I'm sorry, Chris. It's not that I'm yes, I'm inundated with a lot of emails about Kickstarters, a lot every day. But also I was traveling, so I'm kind of behind on keeping that all straight right now. Sorry. I didn't steal it. No, David gave me this, and David's just such a nice guy, and I love what he created there. So cool. I bought one of the trades for Conan because I really like Jim Zub's books, but I haven't picked up every single individual monthly issue, so I've been reading it off and on, and I'm getting it in trade paperback so that I can just read big chunks of the story at once. DC had a cool thing. I haven't had time to look at it, but their booth was sort of done up to celebrate their first 10 years of history. Like they just a massive sort of painting of all of their characters from the first 10 years. And then they were giving out these fake newspapers that are just promoting their current things. That's cool. Dispatches from the future. October 1945, New York Comic-Con edition. See, every year, DC is going to jump forward another 10 years in recapping their history at their booth until they get to their 100-year anniversary, and they'll talk about the last 10 years. What else did I get? Oh, yeah, I haven't read it yet, but I got Kyle Stark's Wrestle Heist that he's writing and drawing, like I guess it's... I didn't realize he only had 300 copies of it, so I'm extra glad that I picked this up. I think Kyle is really, really funny, really talented. I was glad to get this. And, of course, I picked up one of Jimmy Jam's books. He's got a new sketchbook, Jim Mafood does. And, yeah, I'm a fan. It's part of why we've been able to become friends. I really admire his work. He's just such an interesting artist. He's developed into something that's just so utterly his own. If you followed his whole career, you've seen it get like, more and more distinct, like pull away from like the earliest influences and become its own thing, and then like slowly roll in other influences. And there's a nice little sketch on the back of like a monster. That's fun. That is a good title, and yes, I'm also excited for the Kyle Stark's Steve Pugh book. What else? Some people gave me things, so I've got a little bit more. Oh, that's right. Danny Earls was kind enough to just give me one of his variant covers. This you guys know I kind of do like shiny things. Danny is just one of the kindest people you'll ever meet, in addition to being hardworking. It's just incredible. Let's see what else, because I don't know this stuff as well. This is stuff that I was handed. The Gracious Gods by Nir Levy. This is a little closer to like when I do those live streams and open up the P.O. box, which I'll have to do sometime soon. Those are some really vibrant colors. I guess he wrote and drew it. Well, it's certainly, and I mean this in the best possible way, distinct. I love how organic it is. I guess there's a little nudity, so it's probably not for everybody, but it doesn't bother me. That's interesting. Look at this giant baby man eating animals. So I guess it must be about gods and religion and stuff like that. That could be very interesting. I really admire how organic it is, and I admire the bold colors. The gracious gods. I'm curious to check that out. I like that. Oh yeah, I got the Ashcan version of Evermind. Carl Choi is one of the people that work at 247 Comics, and I got to meet the artist who I really admire, Sean Chen. Yeah, that's interesting that you guys are picking up on some of this stuff. Trad Moore, Philippe Droulet. Yeah, very, very trippy. Did I talk about comic tropes? No, but we talked about some stuff for on this channel, Trash Movie Bonanza. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun together. Evermind is interesting. I need to read some more of it, but Sean writes and draws this stuff, and he co-created it with an actor and a martial artist you may have seen in stuff before, Daniel Wu, which, I mean, it's definitely envisioned, I think, as a project to turn into a TV show or movie with Daniel as the star. It takes place in a future where corporations have definitely sort of taken a lot of the role that government should serve. And there's everything you could imagine that future technology could do to go awry, not least of which are giant robots. But that, boy, that is some really nice art when I look at it. I like this. I love this low angle shot of this character specifically. That's just got some really nice shapes to it. Like this just sort of forms a nice like triangle and another sort of triangle. Nice angle drawing my eye line in. I love, whereas this is like very round, and then there's like just boom, that line cutting right across this sort of circular image. That's a very pleasing composition. I really like that, when you can see big shapes like that. But I haven't read it all yet. So at some point I will, but that was nice of them to give me this sort of preview number 1/2 edition. Really fun to get to meet Sean Chen in person. He's been working for a long time in the industry. I only just learned that I guess I think Jim Mafood did a variant cover for it. So anyway, I met one creator who writes comics, but he also has made a name for himself writing some of the licensed versions of this stuff. Ari Kaplan. So he signed this one to me, and this was, yeah, like a recent. I didn't even know that Little Golden Book still makes stuff, but yeah, Little Golden Book. So that's cool. He said he also writes for stuff like, you know, Color Forms and stuff like that. And I was like, oh man, this is really bringing me back to my childhood, Ari. So yeah, he gave me this one, a Golden Book's simplified version of the Fantastic Four. I'm glad that this stuff is still out there, because this is the kind of stuff that, you know, you give to a kid and they don't really know that it's a comic. To them, you know, this is just a simple picture book, but it gets them interested because they're like, oh, I remember those characters from my childhood. So I'm glad that this stuff is still getting made. Look at, oh man, I go to the back and I see, like, you know, She-Hulk and Ms. Marvel, but I grew up like seeing the Pokey Little Puppy and Scuffy the Tugboat. I probably had those books, actually. I'm positive I did. Huh. Little Golden Books. Who gave me this? Let me remember the creator's name. I'm just bad at names. Kevin gave me this. Yes, Kevin gave me this. I haven't been able to read it yet. But I was, when I snuck into the convention for the Harvey Awards, Kevin was one of the first people that recognized me in New York. A few people did out on the streets, which is flattering. But he's created this cool, somewhat horror in suburbia type comic. I love how much black he's using and how he's using some gray tones. I think that really helps. We've got some fake ads in the back. Good stuff. Nice presentation. This is the kind of stuff, folks, that if you want to like get yourself seen in front of an editor, a publisher, etc., you know, physically printing your book carries a lot of weight. If you want to like, especially if you're a writer, because, you know, giving them a business card with a link, it's just really easy to lose something that small, but a comic, a little more likely to hang on to. Oh yeah. Zach Chapman stopped me and gave me this, which I guess was originally published in color, regular comic book size, and he sort of shrunk it down to this more manga size format in black and white, and I think it looks quite good. It's got a little bit of like sort of a manga aesthetic, but not overly so. It's got a little bit of an art style where it reminds me of artists that draw in a very organic style, like an Alan Davis or something. I like that. So this is a sci-fi story, I can tell. Beyond that, I'm not 100% sure. Disturbing vision of a future yet to be, a haunting on Mars, seamlessly blends horror, science fiction, and social commentary. Okay. A dystopian look at things. What's this? Oh, yeah, the Bogbarian. Maxine stopped me. She was very sweet. She said she's been watching my show since she was little. I love, by the way, this art she did on the back of sort of a medieval town with a big castle. There's just so much depth to this, and I love that the foreground is so dark and the midground is so light. There's some great work with color here. And this is called the Bugbarian. The Bugbarian, and it's like it sounds. Take the idea of something like bugs, but instead of shrinking a human down and making him a barbarian, it's a bug that's a barbarian. Oh, I also really liked this page. I remember flipping through it, and I think she did a great job writing and drawing this page. There's like, look at all this detail to the woods, and then you've got these panels over it, and it flows in a really good way. These trees draw your eye down through it in a very clear way, but there's also just like so much depth to these woods. It just really reminds me of something very real, these woods. We've seen these trees in our lives. I love it. You've been watching me since you got your first AARP card. Thank you so much. That was back when I was in my early 70s when I first started this show. I'm now 93 years old. The Bugbarian by Maxine Zilkanat. And I think if I remember correctly, did she like put a website or something? Yeah. I think that this is really important to do stuff like this. Make it not too hard to find, a website or something like that. Ideally, I would say, on the front or back cover somewhere, but as long as it's on an interior page somewhere, either a QR code or a website, as well as social, I think that's really important to promoting yourself. This one is in Spanish because I remember this artist, Granda, is from Colombia. So I could probably read this, but I'm going to have to read it really slowly. But take a look at the art. It's pretty expressive, lots of open space, but it's about, a kid sort of being overwhelmed by stuff. Very expressive. I think that I like a lot of the facial gestures and stuff. And plus the characters are all distinct. When you go cartoony, that helps to be able to make the characters have different shapes and sizes from one another, emphasize different features. I think that's pretty cute. A little bit of a manga influence for the faces, but that's nice of him. And apparently Granda says he draws in several different styles. He showed me like he's got a very realistic, detailed style that he can work in as well. But yeah, this is sort of more of a little bit of a funny book. And then it looks like this is the last one that was given to me. Whoops. Just throwing things around. Roomba with the Devil by Connor Byrne. A little bit more of a, let's see. Welcome to my first comic short storm. I don't know what that means. Welcome to my first comic short storm. Roomba with the Devil by Connor Byrne. This is really nice paper, first of all. I'll just say that. Like, it's thick. It's a little bit glossy, but I can read it. It's not too shiny. I like the colors quite a bit. Not distracting. Nice, you know, flat, little bit of gradients here and there, a little bit of texture, but overall it's not going to overwhelm or muddy up the art. Very distinct characters. This is a nice indie comedy vibe. I'm looking forward to checking that out. Oh, and look, smart, a QR code on the back here so that you can just instantly find more stuff by Connor. Very smart, very smart. So yeah, I guess that was everything that I either bought or was given at New York Comic Con. Which book is this? Oh, I'm sorry. I went through a bunch of them. I don't remember. Has anyone read books from Power Pulp? I haven't, but I ordered one. I ordered one that should be here pretty soon. So that looks pretty good. I'm excited to check that out. Let me remove this, and I'm going to stop the camera because I don't have anything to draw tonight, and that was everything I had to show. But if anyone is interested, I could show you some of the photos that I took at this year's New York Comic Con, but it's let me just get a sense if anybody is interested in that, because I know I've already been going 3 hours. What did I think of Peacemaker Season 2? Overall, I thought it was a great season, sincerely. Very cool. Not necessarily as funny as Season 1. There was funny stuff, but a little bit more of an emotional core to it. The finale it was okay. The final episode wasn't a bad episode in and of itself. It provided some emotional closure. I guess I was hoping for, you know, with a superhero show on a big budget channel like HBO, for like maybe a little more action and adventure type stuff in it. But they introduced some interesting concepts. That said, Gunn has said that he doesn't have any plans to follow it up with like a season 3 of Peacemaker, that these are just things that will be out there for the DCU. And I was like, well, that's not very satisfying as a TV show in and of itself, you know? So it wasn't perfect is all I can say. I liked some of it. Okay, a bunch of people are saying that they are okay with me sharing some photos. So let me add share screen, and I'll grab it from here. Because basically I've already uploaded some of these to Facebook. Does it show it if like this? If I, yeah, I can just cycle through some of this. So there's me getting Kingdom at the Viz booth. Here's the Marvel booth. I didn't go into that, but it was big, and I'm glad that Marvel had a presence there. That was nice to see. I think that they brought some good artists and writers with them for panels, and that's exciting for a lot. It brings in engaged comic book readers, so that's why I love it. There I am meeting David. David from Honolulu, so he's always gonna give me hang 10. Boy, does he have a gorgeous booth here, folks. Just tons, like a bunch of walls with all sorts of variant covers. And he's got like, you know, a couple people helping out, grab what you want. And yeah, it was really nice to be able to talk to him. He's so nice. He's so nice. I got to meet Kyle Starks in person. You know, I had him on the show a little while ago to talk about a Kickstarter. I picked up his wrestle book, and there he is, like, you know, he wants you guys to know about it. So Wrestle Heist, take a look for it. And I like his book, Cul-de-sac. Not cul-de-sac. That's the subtitle. Monster. Oh, Jesus Christ. What's it called? I hate this place. All of a sudden, I'm drawing a total blank on his Dark Horse monster book. Jesus, let me look it up real quick. Where Monsters Lie. It just came to me before I even finished typing it. Sorry, Kyle. Where Monsters Lie is good. There I am with Jim. Oh, darn it. I didn't bring that down. Guess what? If you guys have ever watched us do Trash Movie Bonanza, and I hope you have, there are all sorts of title cards. Jim gave them to me. He signed, and I would have been hesitant to take them. He'd already signed them, like, literally to me, and that was pretty exciting as a fan of his art and stuff. I don't like to just take, but it was exciting to get these original pieces of art by him, which includes a zombie version of me. That's so flattering. That's so exciting. Can I do this? Oh, that's better. There I am with Danny. I love Danny. Danny Earls is just such a nice guy. He's an interesting creator. I don't know where he's looking there, but trust me, we had a good time. Oh, I did talk, I think, a few weeks ago about this book. Hold on. That I strongly recommend. One of my favorites of the year. Drome. Just a meditation on gods, mythology, order versus chaos, and telling that not just through the story itself, but literally through the storytelling design of how he creates, like, the panels and the panel gutters. Some of the panel gutters in this book are as important as any I've seen in a book. I really liked getting to meet Jesse. I also think that his book, or really just his story, Godzilla in Boston, Godzilla versus Boston, was fantastic. You guys are all so nice. I'm sorry I'm not catching everything. I like his banner. Love Jesse's work. It's so good. Hey, how you doing? I would love to join you and Food One on those trash cinema shows. We've had one or two guests, but they're always super close friends. So yeah, he uses thematic gutters. Jesse really is doing something special with his gutter placement. Anyway, he was great. Oh, Post Malone's Big Rig literally has the truck as, like, this massive full-scale prop. There I am with my friend Evan and his new wife Marilyn. I'd given them a wedding speech, and we're meeting under Luffy there in his Gear 5 form. Here I am seeing anyway, that full-size Galactus cosplayer. He's looking through, like, a mesh here. You can't really see it in person too well, but he can see through the neck, and he's up on stilts, and he can control these arms. There's all sorts of lights throughout the Galactus, and, like, his little gears and stuff are always moving. God damn, it's overwhelming. It's just incredible. There I am meeting Bill Sienkiewicz. I was talking about it earlier, but he was so nice. God damn, to be that talented, but also be that kind and humble and empathetic. Bill is very special. One of my absolute favorite people within comics. He's a really great person. Yeah, the cosplay is incredible. What else? Got to talk only super briefly, but to Ryan Otley. Ryan and I have known each other a long time, not as, like, great friends, but we've known each other a very long time at this point, and going back to before he ever did Invincible. And it's awesome to see his career just continue to thrive and prosper, because I feel like he pushes himself. And if you've read his work, even just something like Invincible, and then go to Battle Beast, he's really pushing himself. He really is. He's elevating his storytelling and where he can emphasize detail and where he can emphasize characterization. It's really, really nice to see that. If Jim's at a convention, Jim Zub, I'm always going to try to make time to catch up with him. One thing I admired about what Jim did this year is he has always come to New York Comic Con, and he's felt bad that he misses Canadian Thanksgiving with his family. But this year he said, you know what? I'll buy the booth. I don't need to be there on the last day, Sunday, Canadian Thanksgiving. And he went home and he had Thanksgiving with his family. And I'm just happy for him that he didn't feel the need to have to stay the entire time. I'm glad. Family time is important. I had a great time meeting my mom, my sister, my dad this past week. It meant a lot. Oh, got to bump into Josh Williamson. Oh my God, this is funny. I didn't know this, but there's Sean Chen in the background right between us. I didn't talk to him right then, but that's Sean Chen in the background. But Josh Williamson's having a hell of a great run right now. G.I. Joe, DC KO, DC All In, all sorts of great stuff. DC Next Level. Got to meet Kyle for a little bit, talk a tiny bit about Radiant Black. Radiant Black had some nice announcements, folks. Melissa, what's her last name? Navaria? Hold on. Let me pronounce it right. Melissa Navia. Melissa Navia plays a great cast member on the Star Trek show. What's it called? Strange New Worlds. I like Strange New Worlds a lot. Melissa voices Radiant Pink when Kyle has done audio stuff, and he's got a bunch of great voice actors adapting Radiant Black into audio form right now. Yeah, Cowell has fun ideas. And it was a good entry for Kyle into comics. Sometimes I think that Cowell works better as like background lore and characters for the other Massiverse stuff than it does on its own. I don't know. What else did I get? Oh, so Jim Steranko said he wouldn't take a photo with me, but I was standing obviously right next to him, so I just took a photo of him. He didn't know. But that's my comic that he's about to sign. What an interesting character. What's he going to do? Like, not sign something? Oh, well. I just took it. I was standing next to a legendary creator, so I took it. Oh, yeah. Actually, I did. I said, hey, have you slapped any other creators since Bob Kane? And he goes, no, but there's a lot I'd like to. These liberals out there that think they control the industry. And I go, oh, okay. That's great. So that went in a great direction. There's my signature, and there's my wife photobombing us. I was just happy that she had the energy to come out with us, and we had a good time together. Oh, I had on this backpack that my sister was kind enough to get me, and it's an LED screen on the back. You can program it to show video or still images. So I had my Comic Tropes logo on the top half and a looping second or two of my animated opening of like me running across comic panels and ducking comic characters. Looks like he's really struggling with his evangelical stylings. Doesn't he look like he belongs in what is it, the Royal Gemstones or something? I mean, he really looks like a character at this point. What was funny was how many people would stop me that don't even know me and just were like, hey, can I take a picture of your backpack or something? I'm like, sure. Oh, I guess I just thought that the Empire State Building looked pretty. That's all the way from the convention center, but you could still see the Empire State Building. Yeah, he looks like Uncle Baby Billy. Molecule Man. You don't see a lot of those cosplays, so I had to take a picture of that. Look at that. Weapons. Oh, I don't know if I told you guys. When I met Patrick Horvath and congratulated him on just winning, the Harvey Award for Best Book of the Year, I told him, but also congrats on, being involved in Weapons. If you don't know, the artist and writer of Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees also was one of the storyboard artists on Weapons, one of the coolest movies this year. Look at that cosplay. And also, I guess this cosplay is cool too, but this is cool. Oh, Marilyn is from, well, she was born here, but her family is from Taiwan. And so when we saw this Sun Wukong Monkey King walking by, we were like, Marilyn, take a picture with them. And she's like, yeah, I guess I should. And I'll send it to my dad. He's like, well, he doesn't really like it. Well, I'll just take it. It's really elaborate though, isn't it? I don't know if EJ Sue is still here. I know EJ has occasionally drawn a really cool Sun Wukong. Really interesting mythology. If you've ever watched any Dragon Ball, just know that some of that mythology comes very, very literally from the myth of the Monkey King. Journey into the West. Yeah. There's an April O'Neil. I just thought that was kind of impressive, kind of simple and straightforward, but just a good April. Yeah, I know you love Monkey King. EJ, if you're ever going to do your own creator-owned comic, I would definitely support you doing a Monkey King story. Any kind of like, do some small stories and build until it gets bigger. Yeah. What else? Maybe one of you can tell me who this is. I don't know. I like Star Wars. I've never seen this. Maybe this is an original character just based on Star Wars ideas. I don't know. Maybe this is based on a video game or something like that. I just thought it was a really cool looking costume. That's all I can say. Although looking in the background, this totally beaten up Superman is pretty cool too. And I hadn't noticed that. And then look at this. This is a Gear 5 Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Wow. You just look in the background and you can like see all this extra cool cosplay. Maybe an Inquisitor. Is it Star Killer? I didn't recognize it. Oh, it is Star Killer. All right. Well, it's really impressive. Although I'll tell you this, you can't quite tell here because people like pushed away a little for the photo, but we almost bumped into his clawed hand here. And I was like, oh, geez, we're going to get hurt. There's the huge inflatable that Bandai had over their One Piece area. That's fun. It's humongous. There's an area right out in front of like the convention center that's starting to be used more and more. They've got like food trucks and mobile trucks, things like that. Oh, that was an impressive Harley. Just a little different than what I see. Like a little more of a goth kick to it. I don't know. I like it. And now I'm looking in the background for the first time of some of these. Look at who's that character from Mandalorian and stuff? She was also on that I want to say like either Star Wars Rebels or Clone Wars. I never watched any of the cartoons. I like this Scorpion. There's whatever this thing is. This might have been the Tamagotchi area or something like that. But there's a person in there doing little kicks and dances. So that was Bo-Katan. Thank you, folks. Thank you. You guys know this stuff sometimes better than me. Pizza Rat. I'm in New York. I see a Pizza Rat. I'm going to say, Pizza Rat, let me take a picture. Oh, I'm sorry. I was sitting down at this point, so I couldn't really stop him. I did shout out Black Chrysanthemum, and he did turn around and point at me, but I got an even worse photo. Somehow these lights here like really shined in a bad way, and it wasn't a good photo. But this guy was tall. This guy was like at least 7 feet tall, and I don't know if he was on lifts or what, but he was massive. It was really cool. It was really cool to see it go by. This puffy thing, this little gingerbread man, and like Patch. Look at like the backgrounds of these. Look at this Mr. Terrific costume. When you're at Comic-Con, it's like you feel like you should just have a camera just recording video the entire time. It's so tempting. I'm a big fan of G.I. Joe. So when I saw these guys, I said, are you from the cosplay group, The Finest? Yes, of course they were. Very impressive. And if you can't quite see, even down here, there's Shipwreck, and this is CoverGirl. Got Chuckles, a somewhat short King, Snake Eyes, but that's okay. Duke, Cobra Commander, Destro. Look at that Destro outfit. This is so fun. My sister got it for me, I think from Amazon. Look up LED backpack and you should be able to find one. I will let you know, they're kind of delicate, okay? So you gotta treat it with care. Yeah. It's not easy to live stream there at the convention because the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth stuff can kind of get spotty and cut out sometimes. And sometimes it's location, sometimes it's use. You could record it all, but that would that would be a mission in and of itself as compared to stopping and saying hello to people. You'd just sort of walk back and forth recording it all. And some people have, and I really admire it. I wish I could sort of do something like that. But I don't have the patience. I want to talk to people and stuff. This is just a thing that you could take a picture of. I don't know who was running it, but they just have X-Men 97 statues. But I'll just say in person, all of them had something that was like lighting up and flickering just about. Like, Jubilee had fireworks, of course, and Gambit had his cards, Storm's eyes, Jean's brain. It was really cool in person. There was a huge line, so I didn't get a picture of myself there because I'm not going to wait in the line anymore. I just have no patience for stuff like that. But I did admire the detail. It was really nice. Handsome Squidward, you come up with a cosplay that I'm not expecting. I'm going to definitely try to stop you. I didn't catch everybody, but I caught this one. I was like, all right, Handsome Squidward. Crazy. No hints at that yet, but I would love to see Phantom X in X-Men 97. What else? There's the Marvel booth and just a bunch of people sort of in Defenders gear. 2 Daredevils, 2 Punishers. I mostly took a picture of this because this guy was so goddamn tall. Like this Deadpool is a little short, but not that short. But this guy, look, that's like a 2-foot gap. He was so tall. I was just like, good Lord. I don't know who he is. I don't know if this is an anime or a video game. I just was admiring how tall he was. Too much to see to wait in line for more than 5 minutes. Yeah, unless it's like an artist or a writer you really, really personally admire. I just am not going to wait in lines anymore. I'm just past all that. And I mostly took a picture of this because maybe it's hard to tell here, but these heels that this Catwoman was in were mind-blowingly high. Like that is about a foot tall, folks. Like these heels. And I was just like, oh my God. That just seems so hard to walk around in general, but to walk around a convention floor with the crowd, I just admired the hell out of walking in something like this. Blew me away. So I guess I took a picture of that. I have no idea who these characters are. I can only assume it's an anime, but it was so wild a design for both of them. I just took a photo. I don't know what they are. Maybe they're just angels. I really don't know. Yeah, but you know what? You can bring your own food and drink these days. They let you bring that stuff in. So yeah, we brought our own food and drink. They're Digimon. I mean, I've heard that word, but I don't know anything about it. Wow, you all know what this is. I have no idea. I thought that they looked cool. I hope I'm right. A Faye Valentine, Cowboy Bebop. Beyond being great animation and interesting stories, I just really admire how Cowboy Bebop as an anime has a beginning, middle, end, and it's kind of focused. It tells a few little tangential stories along the way, but it just gets in and out. I love that it isn't just this big, massive one-piece Dragon Ball-esque thing. I can just sort of enjoy it. Inspector Gadget, loved him as a kid. I don't know how this guy made his hat like not sort of tilt and fall off or anything like that, but I got a real kick out of it. And there's something about his face that really kind of looks like Inspector Gadget, the cartoon version. So, you know, he's playing to his strengths. That's a good costume. That's really good. That's all. And I just noticed this guy here with a crown. Hey, does Burger King still give you like a paper crown if you ask for it? I haven't been to a Burger King in like probably decades. I don't know. This is Deathstroke, but it's such a simplified version. I want to say that it's probably based on a cartoon that maybe oh, now that I say that, like maybe Teen Titans Go. Could that be it? Could this be the Teen Titans Go version of Deathstroke? I wouldn't have watched that, so I bet it is. I bet it is. Just came to me. Oh, good. Burger King still has the paper crowns. I like that. There's just another view of like the whole truck from Post Malone's Big Rig. I'm just amused. I don't know who pays for that. Does Vault have... Who owns Vault? Do they have money? Did Post Malone himself pay for this? Who paid for this humongous thing? That's a massive prop. I don't know. Teen Titans 03 version just called Slade. Oh, not Deathstroke or not called Terminator, just called Slade. Got it. Is this from Zelda or is this something else? I don't know. I like that this guy was, you know, cradling his cabbages and then paid to just have it sit there. I don't know. Somebody paid a lot of money for that thing and it looked cool. My cabbages. That's the Cabbage Cart Man from Avatar. Oh, Avatar The Last Airbender? I haven't seen that actually. Avatar. Everyone's telling me. Okay. Yep. Okay. Some of these things I've got a blind spot, but I'm like, well, that's cool cosplay. Here's a skinny little king being Thrag from Invincible. I always admire Invincible cosplay. And look, they do still have some mystery box places. Not a lot, but they were there. Not a lot. Oh, a Duolingo pavilion? Yeah, and apparently the owl from Duolingo is going to get an animated show. I used to think it was just Funko Pop that would license anything under the sun, but now I realize that anything that has some name recognition can become a TV show. What the hell? I know. Yeah, Duolingo. Look, you could have gotten your own stuffed Duolingo bird, I guess. Does he have a name? Is it just Owl? I don't know. I like this. I like Friday the 13th. This is a version of Jason that's created by Tom Savini. It was, I don't think it's supported anymore, but there was a Friday the 13th video game for a while. I supported it on Kickstarter, and I'm pretty sure that they then sold it in stores. And it was, what do they call that? Like that sort of unbalanced player versus player where like one person is really strong and you go up against, 5 to 10 other people. There's a word for it that isn't unbalanced, but it's like that. Anyway, they had different, skins for Jason, and one of them was designed like a new version of Jason by Tom Savini, and he's like kind of like Ghost Rider. He'd like have like hellfire underneath him. I don't know how you'd represent that in person, but it was really cool. Asymmetrical. Thank you so much, Sherb. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, it's so simple, but it looks really good. I also loved that game. I really did. I liked it a lot. Just a Megan doll. Crazy. I'm pretty sure that's Legend of Zelda, right? Like that's probably Zelda herself. It's really nice. Feels like it it didn't try to like overdo anything, but every bit of what she did with her costume is just like, there's a lot of attention to detail. I like it. This person was Shatterstar. I'm like, come on, I've never seen a Shatterstar cosplay. I need a picture. Kudos. Kudos. Some sort of a Cenobite. Was there ever like a female Pinhead in the Hellraiser universe, or is this just sort of a gender swapped version? I don't know. I don't know. All this stuff, this prosthetics that she had on her face, that couldn't have been easy. That couldn't have been easy. Yeah, the Zelda one is really good. A Shatterstar cosplay. Yep. I'm sorry that there's a delay with when I get the comments and stuff like that. Technically, Pinhead has no gender. That's fair, although obviously he was once a man and he had a gender then. Pinhead was a woman in the remake? Oh, I think I saw that, but I don't remember that. Huh. Okay. Thanks, folks. What's that movie by the weirdo French director, Luc Besson? The Fifth Element. They're having fun. They were having fun. Look at that. Absolute Martian Manhunter. Dude, that's clever. That's really cool. I really admire that. I really admire that. Yeah. You guys all saw it. Great. Great. I hope this is fun to just look at these. I don't know. Are Mario and Waluigi brothers, or is Waluigi just the guy that like named himself after Luigi? I don't know the lore of Super Mario, I realize. I don't know the lore. Just a rock solid Michael Myers. The mask looks better than some of his sequels. Every once in a while, like which movies, like I want to say number 5, he just looked terrible in that. Yeah, it becomes nerd trivia. I agree. And this guy is unmasked unmasked Michael Myers from Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends. Here's a guy that made his own handmade, Thing cosplay, and he's got Ben Grimm Thing with a beard. Cute. Scottish Deadpool. It's thinking outside the box. I don't know what kind of version of Joker this is. I assume it comes from something, but if it's original, that's extra creative, but it looks like it's probably from something. Is this character from One Piece? Is this Usopp? I think that this is Usopp with like a disguise, but I don't think I got that far in the manga yet. I'm pretty sure. Mario and Luigi as brothers is the only real lore. Everything else is like a play where the characters do what Miyamoto wants them to. Fair. It is Usopp? Cool. I'm glad I knew that much because... Right. I think I heard about that. I heard about it, but I haven't read that far. So, yeah, I wasn't sure. Buckethead? I like Buckethead. It's not the real Buckethead if it isn't clear, but good cosplay. I think Buckethead is a hell of a guitarist. Really cool musician. Just a different Joker. You know what? Let me just comment on this real quick with cosplay. There was an era where you could just count on like tons of Poison Ivies and Harleys, like an overwhelming amount, tons of Batmans and Spider-Mans. You saw a lot of the same. And I will say the variety this year was all over the place. But here's what I thought I'd see more of that I didn't. I thought I'd see some of the new popular characters. I thought I'd see a few female Silver Surfers. I thought I was going to see the K-pop Demon Hunters girls. And I'm sure that there were some that I just didn't see, but I thought that there would be a bunch just because that's like, especially the K-pop Demon Hunters so popular. Really thought I'd see a bunch of that, but I didn't. Maybe somebody else saw tons, but I didn't see any. The Ecto one just parked on the street, literally just parked. You did? I would imagine it was there, but I didn't see it. So I've got a sad story I'm going to tell real quick because I just saw this parked here. This bummed me out. So Derek Kim took me to the Harvey Awards. Such a nice guy. And he actually drove across the country here, and he brought his bicycle. And so he didn't need to take expensive lifts or kind of slow subways. He was biking everywhere. And the night of the Harvey Awards, he locked up his bicycle near the convention center. And when we came out, a thief had cut through his bike lock and stolen his bicycle. And I felt really bad about that. It's I don't know. I should have thought ahead and been like, no, we should. But I don't, even in retrospect, even if we found someplace with a bunch of other bikes, I don't know that makes it safe. It was parked. It was locked up just across from the convention center. So there was a lot of light and foot traffic, and somebody just cut through it. And it wasn't the police, because they would have taken the lock too, but the lock was left behind. And I felt so bad for poor Derek. Just shitty, all I could think to do was I hired a Lyft to take him home. Back to his hotel, because I felt so bad for him. No, there really wasn't anything we could do about it. That's what makes it most frustrating, that you can't, when something like that happens and you just feel so powerless. I'm sure it happens everywhere, but it's still a bummer. All right, I'll go back to show a few more pictures from New York Comic-Con before I go get dinner. I just like how during Comic-Con, a lot of places in New York just add something superhero to themselves to get attention. This was just literally a parking lot, and they had a bunch of Batman signs up from the 1989 Batman. What was this? Oh, just a bunch of Godzilla toys and stuff from Bondi. And I admired this little setup up here. That was pretty. And then this was really cool. They'd taken some of the figures and created this cool diorama here. Wow. It looked great. It looked really cool. There was a Gashapon area. So, of course, I had to take a picture of that. My friend Evan was very amused because they had a video on constant repeat here, and it kept going gotcha, gotcha, pun, gotcha, pun, gotcha, gotcha, pun, gotcha, pun. He was trying to duplicate the dance. It's pretty good. I don't think either Rick or Marjorie was at this year's convention. I'm positive Rick wasn't, but I don't think Marjorie was either. Good question. Just some cool looking SH figure art stuff. I really do like this design for the Batman that they came up with. I like the segmented look of it. Some other SH figure art stuff. Just fun. Webtoon had a pretty big presence. They had a massive pavilion. I didn't go into it because it's interesting to see where they're going, but I'm not reading that much Webtoon. But they definitely had a line where you could go up to this humongous crane game thing. This is a crane grabber here. And people were moving it across and up and down. And I don't know what you could win because I wasn't going to wait in the line. But I loved how humongous it was. It was very entertaining. I like claw crane game things. I would have... very, very busy, but in some ways I didn't think Saturday was quite as busy as the last several years, but it's hard to judge. It was still very congested. If you watch the beginning of this video, you see me and Scott Snyder do a walk and talk, walking through the crowd. I think it's a pretty good indication of how busy it is. Viz just had a big area, really big actually, but I don't blame them. They sell a lot of manga here in the U.S. A lot. Oh, there I am meeting Sean Chen and not Brandon Choi, Mike Choi. So that was fun. That was nice. I really admire Sean. Jorge Jimenez. Folks, it's not fair when you're this good of an artist to also be a good-looking person. That's not fair. One or the other. Can't have both. You can't both be a super talented comic book artist and be a handsome young man. I don't think it's fair. He always had a pretty healthy line. Good for him. Greg Capullo. I love that he's created, just this very simplified logo for himself that actually does make you think of him. It's so clever. Well, of course you'd be jealous of the hair. It's not fair, right? You also felt that Saturday wasn't the busiest? That's interesting. It wasn't dead. Don't get me wrong. It was crowded. I just feel like it has been more crowded in the past. I don't know. Is that more fair in your opinion, Chuck? I'm just having fun with friends. Oh, there's James Tynan. Hey, first of all, it's kind of cool that he just has a tiny onion square in Artist Alley. It's a big area with all sorts of extra merchandise and lots of writers that work on books with him and stuff. And he always had a healthy line. It's impressive. And I really like so many of his books. He's a really talented dude. Really talented. Oh, this was Comic Connect. This was a place that was going to auction stuff. And I'm going, oh, wow. Tony Moore pages from Walking Dead. And I own one. I own a great page. And then I go boy, these are going to go for probably tens of thousands. And it bummed me out a little to think that the artist doesn't get that. I don't know. Maybe I'm being weird, but because I just know that I bought one from him, back in the day. We didn't know if Walking Dead was going to take off or not. And I bet you I paid something like $200, maybe even less for a page. And it's a treasure for me. Randy Stone was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he still is, but Randy had one of these pages too. And he eventually sold it because that allowed him to pay talent to actually make his own comics. And I really admired that sacrifice. I'm sure Tony has a few, at least, of the covers. Oh, thanks, John. Thanks for stopping me. I appreciate it. Oh, Tony's doing fine. I'm not saying that he's not. I'm just saying that, there's something that bums me out, when I see that the art's going to go for so much more and that the artist doesn't get that. I don't know. But it's you can't hold on to everything assuming it's going to be worth a ton later. Here's a Todd McFarlane original. And I just, having just done an episode over on the Comic Tropes channel about Michael Golden, I really see the Michael Golden influence in how he drew some of these faces. It's cartoonier, but it's definitely based on how Michael Golden was drawing. I got really excited by this. I was like, oh my God, 9.8 Ninja Turtles #1. What printing is this? And then it says here, counterfeit #1. And I was like, wait a minute. Now we're slabbing counterfeits? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is that worth something if we know that it's a counterfeit? I don't get it. So that was just something to talk about. There was an Invincible booth. There was an Invincible booth. I almost forgot. Because there wasn't an Image booth, and that bummed me out a little because Image used to have a great, humongous booth for Comic-Cons. But, Amazon has more money than God, or at least Jeff Bezos does. And so, there was a nice Invincible area where you could take pictures and stuff. And I just took a picture of a small corner of it. Another of the Luffy balloon. There's me with my wife and friends. Just happy to be there. Oh, there's me. But the camera decided to turn it into a portrait. I was just amused by a fudge booth. Fudge booth people. They are still there. They're just not quite as prominent as they used to be, which is good. There was a Starfleet Academy area. Not super excited about that. I like Star Trek. I don't care about the students. This might be good. A prequel for it, where again you can have young kids be the main character. I think that just work. That half of it works better. The kids versus Pennywise versus them dealing with the trauma as an adult. It's still interesting, but the first half of it with them young is more interesting. I'm a G.I. Joe nerd. I was amused that they finally made a figure out of like one of the animated characters from the movie that was never a figure before, Pythona. But Robert Kirkman has turned her into one of the supporting characters in the Void Rivals comic too. So I guess I get it. There's some more newer G.I. Joe classified stuff. Just amuses me. Oh, I didn't realize. Did I guess I uploaded that picture twice. Whoops. Some vintage toys that were weird. El Hombre Araña for $495. It's basically a knockoff Mego from Mexico. And they also had a Batman and a Superman. Look at it. Well, look at what they're going for. They're obviously not even in mint condition or anything. $495? I have no idea how a market value gets assessed on something like that. It's not even 4 hours yet. Don't exaggerate. We're just going through a few photos and then I'll wrap it up. Oh, I got to meet Jake in person. He's got a fun podcast. Not podcast. It's a YouTube show. Brave and the Boys. Anyway, Jake looks a lot at omnibuses, and he'd been bringing a bunch of omnibuses to the convention to get signed. Those things are humongous and heavy. It was fun to see him. He had me on the show when I was promoting my Vampirella Kickstarter, so he's a nice guy. This is a remark that Peach Momoko did on a piece, and it was collecting, I think, silent bids at, I want to say it was Trinity Comics. I don't know what it ultimately went for, but it was still cool to see a piece of original Peach Momoko art, even if it's small. This is just a virgin sort of cover, basically. This isn't the original art. This dark ink piece is. There's just a cool Swamp Thing statue. It was massive. And my friend said that this version of Swamp Thing was snatched. And he works at Rikers Island prison, so he's always hearing like the newest lingo and stuff on the street. And I was like, I'm sorry, what does snatched mean? And I guess it basically means a thin waist. And since Swamp Thing is generally such a bulky guy, he said this was this Swamp Thing was looking snatched, and that made me laugh. So I'm passing it on to you, and I hope it makes you laugh a little, not a lot. Okay, I got a laughing out loud, so that's what I was hoping for. Good. More original art, a Peach Momoko piece, a Eric Larson piece. What else? Oh, a Steve Ditko piece of original art. I had to take a picture of it. I just haven't seen lots of original Steve Ditko art. And this one is copyrighted 1968. So obviously, yeah, just pretty cool to see. I mean, yeah, interesting fellow, super influential creator. And he'll always be a little bit of an enigma, I think, because he did so little in terms of an interview or anything like that. Now I know how to speak prison. I don't know what size. It definitely wasn't an 11 by 17, but it wasn't actually that much smaller. I might guess that it was like a piece of Bristol cut to something like 10 by 15, if I had to just guess from memory. I think so. I think it is. I think it is. And again, this was going to go for auction. They were just showing it off. Other original stuff. This is, original Kirby. What else? Original Frank Miller. I don't know. For me, I like to take a picture and I like to really look at it and go like, oh, interesting. You know, like this is a screen tone up here, or, you know, here was some whiteout that was used. And I'm just, it helps me understand how was it made? You know, this was obviously just sort of pasted. The indicia was just pasted onto it. I don't know. I like it. It helps me get into the creator's headspace. It's also interesting. Let me just point this out. So this piece by Frank Miller here on Daredevil, that is like basically 11 by 17. Okay. And in the background here, you can see that Jack Kirby page. Look at how much bigger that is. Kirby drew on pretty big artboards generally. Issue 55. I'd have to double check who did the inks on this, but that does not look to me like Vince Coletta's work. That looks to me maybe like Chick Stone, but I didn't look yet. Maybe somebody can double check who was the inker on Fantastic 455. But look at how much bigger it is than these other two pages that are basically standard 11 by 17. A lot bigger. Oh yeah, it probably was Joe Sinnott. That makes a lot of sense. I bet you're right. Yeah, if I looked at it long enough, I might be able to tell for sure. Certainly in person, I could have. I didn't think of it until now. Oh, I guess I uploaded that again. DC had a huge pavilion, but they were all the way in the far corner, like the furthest from like the entrance and everything, which makes me think they basically, let me say this. When DC used to be on the floor, they were always sort of on the main exhibition floor, pretty close to where Marvel and Image and so on was. Sort of where all that Bandai stuff was for One Piece and Godzilla that I was showing you, sort of where Viz is. But I suspect that DC did not initially renew that option, so that space was sold. And then they probably were like, you know, we created this amazing booth for San Diego Comic-Con. We should get some more use out of it. And that this was the space that was left, because it was all the way in the back corner. It's not typically where I'd expect a big publisher presence to be. Although I think it kind of worked for the convention, because it was like no matter where you went, each sort of corner and area did have something pretty big. I liked it. What else did they have? They had Peacemaker's suit. They had this Daily Planet area with, like, you know, newspapers. They had a whole merchandise area, like of exclusive convention t-shirts and hoodies, but the line was too long again. I'm not going to deal with that. Oh, IDW had a really big presence. They had Godzilla pinball games. I would have loved to have played those, but I just had other things I wanted to do with my time. But they did look really fun. I love pinball. I like pinball, yeah. Oh, there was a fudge booth. Chocolate moonshine. Nothing to me says comics quite like a fudge booth with apparently a Japanese sign here that says like Nira Ri Zushi. I don't get it. Gary V and his V friends had a big presence at this convention. I guess there's going to be like, or maybe there already is, a V Friends comic. I don't know much about Gary V other than that he'd sold some NFTs, but on the sort of positive side, it looks like they've given both Jim Rugg and Jim Mahfood a lot of work. And they had anybody that was doing covers for them have like special stickers at their Artist Alley table, right? And then at the V Friends thing, you'd get like this, what do you call it when you're like searching like all over the place for a scavenger hunt card. If you filled it up with all the stickers, I think you got a prize. I don't know what it was. But it brought a lot of people. I just saw in my brief times hanging out with Jim Mahfood, a lot of new people to his table. And some of them were comics. So like it was bringing in business, like of new readers that like weren't familiar before. And they were like, I will try this too. So whoever Gary Vee is, he has some really loyal followers, and it was definitely bringing business to like Jim and Jim. And that part makes me happy. So yeah, I don't know much about him though. Oh, Boom had a big presence. They had a really big booth. That was kind of cool to see. So just saying that, like, but so did Walmart. And it's like, what? These are just toys that amuse me. When I grew up, Ben Cooper would make these little plastic masks with like a little string on the back and then a smock that always said what the thing was. So it wasn't like that immersive. They didn't actually have a Jaws one. This is licensed and based on that idea. And I like this figure. Again, if there wasn't a line, I would have bought it. Yeah, Berserker's definitely still a thing. They're doing like one shots with different creators and stuff. Oh yeah, I remember like all the way back in kindergarten, there was like Batman, there was Flintstones, all sorts of stuff. Oh, Dave says that there definitely was a Ben Cooper Jaws costume. And I believe, Dave, because he's a big Jaws fan and has plenty of the merch and like rare stuff too. So I believe you, Dave. I guess I thought that this was an original one because they do have some of these with like modern horror stuff, like, what's something more recent? I don't know. Maybe they had like Terrifier or something like that. Krampus. They had like modern things. Oh, hold on. Gary Vee is more of a sports card guy, to my knowledge, and did some shady NFT work. I think he's a big Whatnot stream guy now. Whatnot had a big area, and they were like always live streaming a show, but I didn't pay attention. Yeah, if you want to be Superman, you didn't want a picture of Superman, but you didn't have many options. So if you're going to go with a store-bought costume, that's what you got. Yeah, that is an interesting piece of lore. Ben Cooper did have like a mask that really looks similar to what Spider-Man was before Spider-Man was created. I think it's a coincidence, personally. I do think it's a coincidence. What else? Oh, I like Ninja Turtles, so I was amused at these new versions of the Nickelodeon show. And then there's these based more on the Stan Sakai drawings of the Turtles that I guess will come out at some point from Nika. I would get the Donatello one. I won't get these, but those are the Last Ronin Ninja Turtles. And Garfield became a Ninja Turtle, apparently. Cool. Frank Cho. Oh, I didn't mention this. Okay, so here's a story. Frank Cho is the artist who is currently having his work shown at the Philippe Laban Gallery, which is in Chelsea, very close to the convention. And that is a gallery that specializes in narrative or sequential art. And I went there before the convention because I was there the weekend before for my friend's wedding. And I went to the gallery and I saw Frank's work. It was gorgeous. And I met Philippe. And Philippe asked me, about me. And he discovered my channel. And when he realized that my channel isn't just reviewing a comic or talking about gossip, that it was about analyzing history and techniques, he became very interested. And he escorted me to his back area of the gallery where he had some of his own private collection. And I got to see like stuff by Mobius and Peyo, creator of the Smurfs. Philippe is obviously, European. And he had an original Milo Manara. And Milo Manara, great artist, of course, does erotic comics. And he had this huge piece of a girl, Japanese girl, on a motorcycle with a gorgeous, city background. And he said a Japanese company had hired Milo Manara to illustrate this. And then after they hired him and paid him, they found out that he did erotic comics. And they were like, oh, we can't be associated with this. You get paid, but we're not going to use it. Somehow he ended up having the original. So that was really cool to see in person. He had originals by like Frank Miller and Mike Mignola and stuff that he showed me. It was a real pleasure. And he invited me to a private secret party. It wasn't an opening or a closing reception. It was just a party that he was having with comic book professionals. A real privilege to be invited to. Guests, were going to be like Frank Miller and Mike Mignola were invited. But ultimately, I was a little too busy with my friends and stuff, so I did not go. I really wanted to go, but I didn't. I know that Derek Kurt Kim went. He said he had a great conversation with Daniel Warren Johnson and that there were other big name pros there. It was just a secret sort of party with pros, and I wish I could have gone, but I made the decision that I wanted to spend some time with my friends. So anyway, but it was a real... it was really amazing. It really was amazing. And seeing Frank's art in person was a real treat. So it was really cool in that regard. What happens if I do this? Does that... Oh, that makes it really small. Forget that. Sorry, folks, just trying something. What else do I have to show you from the convention? Colleen Duran, who I also... got to meet. She was a presenter at the Harvey Awards. Really admire Colleen's work. Distant Soil, if you haven't read it, pretty incredible comic. Pretty incredible. She's something special. Chris Claremont, just signing some X-Men stuff. I've met him before, so I didn't get in line for this. But I always admire seeing him. Big fan. There's Michael Golden, selling prints and stuff and probably signatures. There's Belen Ortega. And the same thing that I just said about Jorge Jimenez. I was thinking Javier Rodriguez for a minute. But Jorge Jimenez, you're this talented and you're this good looking, but Belen Ortega, also incredibly talented. Love her current book, Trinity, Daughter of Wonder Woman. Gorgeous human being. Not fair. You shouldn't be able to be that talented and that good looking. It's not fair. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be inappropriate. I'm just saying that it's not fair to have both things. No, it was really cool to be able to see her working on some original art, though. It was a real privilege. Oh, I guess I was just amused by this. This was in Artist Alley. For some reason, you could get bento boxes and like eel and stuff. No, I didn't talk to Jorge. He had a big line. And if you have a big line and I've met you before, I don't feel bad about walking by and like just saying like, hey, and if they decide to like, pause their line to say hello to me, that's not too rude. But I'm not going to interrupt a big line and just be like, hey, nice to meet you. I got a YouTube channel. I'm a bit of a big deal. So yeah, I didn't get to meet him. I got to see him up close and watch him like sketch a little, which was exciting, but that was all I did. People do got to eat. Yeah. Thanks for watching this long. What does this mean, Chuck? I should be a monster. I am a monster. Yeah, I got to meet Eric and talk to Chris Eliopoulos as well. There's him. I think I've got more later. There was Greg Land, and he was drawing at one point, and I was really looking close to see if like he had a light box, and I couldn't really tell, and I didn't want to just hang out there. So I don't know. Will's Protatio was there. There were a bunch of Image creators there. I obviously talked to Eric. Did I talk to Todd? I didn't talk to Todd, but I stood near him for a minute trying to get his attention. He was engaged in a deep conversation, and because we know each other well enough that I could have talked to him, but I couldn't get his attention, so I moved on. Jim Lee was there, but I didn't see him. Rob Liefeld was there, but I've gotten a picture with him before, and he wouldn't want to talk to me. But Wills was there. Eric was there. I don't know if Mark Silvestri was there. I don't know. I don't think Jim Valentino was there. Just thinking of the Image founders. I did talk to him, and yeah, he said that he'd be down for it. But if you really want one right away, West Coast Dave Engers just interviewed him a week ago. So yeah, but Eric said he'd be happy to be on my show, and I think that would be really cool. I'd talk to any of the Image founders anytime. Yeah, Wills is great. Wills is great. People who are talented should look like monsters. Yes. Yes, now I get it. And I agree. Oh, I met Mateo a little bit, but every time I went by, I didn't see Sean Crystal or Eric Canet, and I wish I could have talked to them. That would have been nice. They just weren't at their booths when I went by, so that was a bummer. That was a bummer. David Finch signing lots of Skinbreaker stuff. Lots of people were excited about Skinbreaker, and that was exciting. Even my friend Evan hadn't really known about Skinbreaker. When I told him a little bit about it, he got excited. He likes comics, but he didn't know about this, and he got that. There's some of the Tiny Onion. I don't even want to call it a booth. It's like a big square. Not quite a pavilion, but well, it's something big. Sandstorm was the sort of sponsored host of Artist Alley. I don't know 100% who owns Sandstorm, but I know that it is promoted by the UAE, like government, publicity and promotion council. The UAE, looks like a fun place to visit as a tourist, but it's only ruled by the royal family there. None of the citizens have any political power, and they don't treat women or LGBTQ people well. They also hire a lot of poor people from other countries, and allegedly will hold on to their passports and stuff. So I just have a really hard time wanting to even check something like that out, even if it looks like a cool comic. I just really, I get creepy vibes, but maybe I'm the one that's being too sensitive on this topic. I could be. I need to learn a little more. The UAE bothers me a little. Well, just sort of a quick glance at the front hall where you can go downstairs to autographing and photos with celebrities or Artist Alley, or you could go upstairs to the various exhibition floors. Behind me are all the floors with all the panels and stuff. It's a humongous convention center. What were the... I don't remember why I took a picture of this, because now I can't really see any good cosplay in this shot. It's a terrible picture. Oh, I saw another Fudge Pavilion right up front. Fudge. Do you like comics? You probably eat a lot of candy, huh? Oh, I bumped into Kevin Delgado. He does a fun comic called Tough Stuff that he had sent to me in the P.O. box, and that was fun to bump into him. He's nice. There's just a bunch of weird Lego figures. I showed you the ones that I got, but you can get South Park or Simpsons, all sorts of characters that they'll never make officially. Various Lord of the Rings and games like Helldivers. Front and back, all the voice actors from the X-Men 97 cartoon. Some sort of Marvel Comics official area to get merch. Some Gachapon. Some more Bandai figures. This weird. Oh, you know what? I was about to say this weird, and I didn't know what version of Ninja Turtles it was, but now that I look at it, this must be from the recent animated movie. Because I'm looking at the way they've added certain hatching, as though it's illustrated. I didn't pick up on that at first. There I was meeting Patrick Horvath at the Harvey Awards. Really, really nice guy. Probably have him on the show when he's got something to promote. There's a sketch of Silver Surfer by Gene Lun Yang. Guess he got bored during the awards at one point. there I am with Derek, meeting Richard and Wendy Peeney of ElfQuest fame. And they just have a great story. If you've ever watched my episode of Comic Tropes on the history of letter columns, I've got a great story about the Peenies in there. Here I am with, the Oakland crew, and Brianna had just won her Harvey Award, but there's Derek, there's Teen Pham, there's Jean Lin Yang, Brianna Lewiston obviously just won Best Book. There's what it looks. That's me holding it here. This is a heavy award, and I love how stylized it is, done in Harvey Kurtzman's art style. That's awesome. That's just great. Mike Richardson of Dark Horse. He founded Dark Horse, and of that Dark Horse fame, he's presenting the award for Best Adaptation. Oh, that's not a very good shot of Brad and Lisa. Oh, well. Oh, there's me drawing one Ninja Turtle, and Derek drew this other turtle. We drew that night. Oh, this was fun. I'm at the awards. Here's a really cool Dr. Doom. Here's a really cool thing. So I asked them to hug. Just two guys in super bulky costumes hugging each other. I don't know. It amused me. I hope it amuses you. One of the comics that, like, you get these, everybody that goes to the award show, there's a little gift bag of comics. And one of the comics, Stranger Things, comes with 3D glasses. So I'm getting excited that it's going to be a 3D comic. It's not. It's sort of a 3D cover. Sort of. There I am just before the awards started. Not everybody's even seated yet. I got to meet Brad and Lisa. I've met them before, but I'm just saying I got to meet them that night, and we talked, and they did a good job hosting. They kept it friendly. They kept it focused. They're a really nice pair of comic nerds. Oh, from the Harvey Awards are held on like an upper level, and since like the rest of the convention was almost over, it was just kind of interesting to look down from above at like the convention floor and sort of see what it all looks like from above. I got to meet Godzilla, and that is the official Toho Godzilla costume. That isn't like a fan cosplay. That's the actual official Godzilla that was there. Not the real Godzilla, but I'm just saying the official costume. There I am with Derek as we went into the convention. Thank you, Derek. You gave me a great evening. I had a lot of fun seeing the awards. Just sort of what it looks like when you're leaving the convention center. Lots of little street pedicabs and stuff like that would charge you way too much if you wanted to go a block. They'll charge you like $20. I don't know. Cool Lobo carrying an Amazon package for some reason that I have no idea. I'm not that tall. I guess I'm a little tall. It's a pretty good Batman and Catwoman. Kind of like that Batman isn't as tall as Catwoman. That kind of amuses me. Presenting it. That I was thinking that could have been like a thumbnail for this episode, but then I was like, I look too serious. This is cool. I don't know if you guys saw this, but the animated Ninja Turtles movie that came out last year is getting a short film. It's called Chrome Alone 2, Lost in New Jersey, where basically they see that somebody has made a knockoff cartoon and toys based on them. So they go to Jersey to figure out who it is. And they're actually going to sell the knockoff toys like Danny and Mark instead of Michael. And they just look weird. They're all like disjointed and stuff. But I kind of love that they're going to actually sell the Tubular Tortoise Karate Warriors. Did you get to see the Boba Tea Girl? First of all, no. Mando suit with teacups. That and a self-made crochet Buzz Lightyear were the most creative cosplays I saw. Those sound incredible. That sounds so cool. Wow. Anyway, I was just amused that they're going to actually sell these knockoffs. Oh, closer look at the Webtoon Claw crane game thing. Just an idea. This is Saturday. No, wait. This is Sunday. I can tell by what I'm wearing. I'm sorry. This is Sunday, just sort of showing what the congestion is like. And this is actually kind of a far corner on the exhibitor area, which is typically a little less well-traveled. But it was pretty crowded. It was pretty crowded. Chainsaw Man statue promoting some of the action figures by Tamashii Nations. No, this is just so that my friend Evan could see and practice the Gachapon song. I told him to be ready for next year. Gacha, Gachapon, Gachapon. Look at this. These are Ghostface, like Scream figures, official ones, but they also come with like the mask from Scary Movie, the parody. And this chrome one, I want to say, was from the Scream TV show, I think. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe it's not official Scream. Maybe they can just, because this mask is just a mask they've always had in stores. I don't know. Yeah. Hasbro did make a official Daniel Warren Johnson Optimus Prime figure with, basically the Megatron arm. But I'll just still say that this third-party one I got looks much better and is way more posable. Plus, it has like actual glass instead of just painted blue, like chest piece. But it's still cool that they've made an official one based on a comic. I think that's really cool. Yeah, it's $80. It's big. It's really big. It's not worth that. I don't know. Some other figures based on Friday the 13th. This was what I was talking about when I said the cosplay that was based on the video game. This was designed by Tom Savini. It's just a cool idea of like a Jason that's come back from hell and is like literally burning hellfire from inside his body. I like it. Abrams has some really interesting stuff coming up, obviously, with Marvel. I mean, the John Byrne 31 or 32 issues X-Men Elsewhere book. What else? There was some other stuff that Abrams is publishing. Marvel-wise. I mean, I know they're doing an Eric Powell Thor book. They did a Chip Kidd Avengers book. They're just doing some interesting Marvel stuff that Marvel themselves doesn't want to necessarily publish, but they'll publish like through Abrams. But what else am I thinking? It's something along the lines of like an unpublished Marvel thing, but I'm not thinking of the John Byrne X-Men Elsewhere. There's another one that's just not coming to me all of a sudden. Darn it. They're doing something else like that's cool and exciting. But they also do like some interesting stuff like Peanuts and manga. Yeah. Another shot of that big rig truck that just amuses me. Pretty good Hawk Girl cosplay, I'd say. Yeah, really impressive. Look at this, these wings. She also had a device she could like pull it and they would like pull in so she wasn't batting everybody in the convention floor in the face. Good for her. Bad Idea had a booth. John Wayshak's Cul-de-sac. Death Planet has some great art in it. And there you could stand in the Death Planet like Space Marine type armor. That was cool, but I'm not going to stand in a line for it. Mad Cave had a presence. I like their book, Dick Tracy, quite a bit. They've got Speed Racer as a license, some other interesting licenses. Top Shelf in IDW. Ninja Turtles, Star Trek. Cool. Oh, this is back at the DC booth. This is what I mean with like, see, this huge wall, they keep some stuff in the back, and unfortunately, I just couldn't come by one at a time when they didn't have it closed. But these are all characters from the first 10 years of technically National Comics, which eventually became DC Comics. So a lot of cartoon characters and talking animal characters, stuff like that, that are mixed in here, along with the Superman. I think this is Slam Bradley up here, Zatara. So a few characters that are still around, of course, Dr. Fate, Batman and Robin. And they're trying to make those look big, but and they've also mixed in characters that they've bought that existed back then, like what you call it, Captain Marvel, Plastic Man, some other quality characters. The Blackhawks, they didn't create those; they bought those way later, but they were created back then. So yeah, it's a nice mural. It's a really nice mural. I like it a lot. It's fun to celebrate that history. It's nice. There was a Lego Batmobile because they've got an upcoming Lego Batman game. And if you pre-ordered these upcoming actual Lego Batmobile sets, they'd give you a Lego Batman minifig. And since I like that, I pre-ordered these the Lego Batmobile from Justice League, the Zack Snyder one, and the Lego Batmobile from Batman Forever. And so I got 2 little Batman minifigs. I don't know. I've never heard about them working on Plastic Man. There I am just meeting my pal, Batman. Minifig Batman. Oh, and here there were like screens. You could actually play the Lego Batman game. They had like demo levels already, and so people were playing it again. I'm not going to wait in line, but it was cool to see for a little while. The fighting style is definitely based on the Arkham games by Rocksteady, but just a little simplified to Lego, but it was more complex than previous Lego games where you basically just button mash A. Oh, they were kind of small sets, like between 300 and 400 pieces. Oh, you mean the one that I took a photo of? It's hard to say. I don't know how big the frame underneath it is. You could take a photo holding the car as though you were Superman from Action Comics #1. Again, not going to get in a line. I thought it was a cool idea. The Peacemaker suit again. This kid was just dressed up as Jimmy Olsen. Respect. It was a really good cosplay. Straightforward. Nice bow tie. Really nice camera. Good job. Some Chainsaw Man figures, including I'm trying to remember what devil this was that had a shark with like the legs. I don't remember. Anyway. A bunch of cosplayers dressed up as different Disney princesses. Just so many of them. That's amazing. Let me see how many of them I can maybe name. I mean, up front here, we've got Ariel from Little Mermaid. We've got Snow White. We've got Merida from Brave. I guess this might be Tiana, right? Is that Rapunzel? I don't know who's in the pink. That's Ariel. Some bells, Cinderella, Jasmine. Well, these are Rapunzel. So who's this over here? I don't know. Maybe I don't know them all. Oh, I just realized that there was even a Princess Leia. That's funny. Oh, right. It was a fiend, not a devil. Right. Beam, the shark fiend. Thank you. Thank you. We're going deep into Chainsaw Man lore there. Never mind. Art the Clown. Should I see Terrifier 3? I don't know if it's for me or not. It did well at the box office. Oh, I bumped into my friend Nola, who is from up here in the Seattle area. I hadn't seen her in a few years. She won 3 consecutive Eisners for journalism, writing for the site Women Write About Comics. 3 consecutive years, won the Eisner. It was fun to bump into somebody from back home that I hadn't seen in a few years. Good for her. Oh, I got to talk to Dean Haspiel for quite a bit, and I had talked to Dean many years ago at an SPX, Small Press Expo in Bethesda, Maryland, when he did The Quitter with Harvey Picard. But it had been a long, long time. And yeah, it was fun to get to talk again. I got to watch Sanford Green doodle a little and sign some books, but he actually had a pretty sizable line. Good for him. Bitterroot was a fantastic discovery for me this year. Love Bitterroot. There's Adam Hughes pretending to be grumpy. I promise he wasn't. He was doing sketches and commissions and stuff. I bumped into Izzy from Izzyverse. He does a YouTube show. Nice guy. A guy with the Moon Knight meme. Kudos, sir. That is pretty good. I know you're here, Dracula, you big effing nerd. Where's my goddamn money? I said it. Good for you. There's somebody asked if Zeb Wells was there. There he is, signing a bunch of books. Good, good, good. He was too busy. I was going to talk to him because I remember meeting Zeb back at like Wizard World 2003 or something like that in Chicago. He used to do these funny short films before he ever wrote any comics, and they would get shared at like the awards banquet that night. It was fun. There's Todd and Greg having a conversation. I was trying to get his, like, see if he'd look over and like I would catch up, but he didn't, and I didn't wait that long because I wasn't going to just stand there like a weirdo. Somebody came by Jim's table and asked to get this signed. This is a poster that Jim did with Sanford Green for Spider-Man Across the Universe. It's a really cool poster, and I just wanted to document it. Was he? Doesn't ring a bell right now. Sorry. Boy, it's getting late. Another shot of like how busy the crowd was. A really cool Hawkman. The guy was fit enough that he could pull it off. Even if I'm not showing you his full pecs, just trust me. They're there. Oh, I met up with Sal from Comic Pop. We walked around the convention hall for quite a while. Always nice to talk to him. He's got a really successful channel. He's got a lot. It's different. He's got, you know, his wife. He's got his friends, and I'm jealous of that. I love that they can have that interplay and just riff and stuff. It's fun. It's fun. Did he? Oh, geez, that's terrible. It's slipping my mind. Look at that. That's good Adam Eve cosplay. Adam Eve after a big battle. Very cool. Very, very cool. I thought it was really well done. Oh, that's a very blurry shot. Do I have a better one? No. Anyway, met Tom King. And again, like somebody that will probably be on the channel at some point in the future. I know Tom's writing isn't for everybody, but I love it. Not everything. I'm not going to, what was it? Heroes in Crisis. Nah, you're not going to catch me saying a lot of great stuff about that one. Sorry, Tom. But loved Helen of Windhorn. Loved Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. I really enjoy his current Wonder Woman run. I think he's good. Sorry, yes, Sal from Comic Pop. Yep. Oh, yeah, Human Target. That's right. That was fantastic. So he's written a lot of stuff that I really do like. No, I don't know Blood Diner. Sorry. Anyway, got to have a really nice conversation with Tom for a while. So that was nice. Look at this family. Scott Free, Barda, Superman, really tall Superman, really cool cosplay. They all did a great job on this. I was really impressed. I like that. He sure did. Got to meet is Dave still here? Is it pronounced Michelle or Michael? I think it's pronounced Michelle. But anyway, got to talk to him for quite a while, which was nice. I can't believe I forget how to pronounce it, but I do. I went by Dan Mora a few times. He was always drawing. Boy, which only makes sense because they just announced him for another book, and I'm trying to DC said he's doing another comic. He's just doing so many. Michelle, okay, good. Thank you. I thought so. And then all of a sudden at the last minute, I started doubting myself. Anyway, this guy just was always drawing. And he always had a line. He was always like, signing books too, but he was always drawing. Oh, got to talk to Deck and catch up with him. Yeah, he's still doing Thundercats and Terminator, and said he's really wants to do another creator-owned book again. But yeah, this was when I got to have a longer conversation with Eric and with Chris Eliopoulos. And it was really cool seeing Eric bring this whole sketch together so quickly, and this is just how he draws it. He's got a unique way of doing it. Got to catch up with Gavin Guidry a little bit. Last minute, found him in Artist Alley. Really admire Gavin's artwork. Really cool guy. And yeah, he's got some exciting stuff coming up. I'll just let you know that. And I think this is it. Yeah. I was just amused. This wasn't quite the end of the convention or anything, but it looks like it is. This is towards the end of Sunday. This is as big as Artist Alley, this area of the downstairs, but this is where they just have people line up to get autographs by the big celebrities or get the photos and stuff like that. They just rack the celebs all up and down here and just herd people through these gates really fast, and they just go boom, 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 picture, picture, picture. No time talking to anybody. It's what it is. All right. That was a huge show. I expected it to be. Sorry I didn't have time to draw. Hope you got something out of it. I'm going to now take some time to put some... You know what? First, I think I'll eat. And then I'm going to come back and I'll put in the chapter breaks. Unless there's any last-minute questions from you all, my most engaged viewers that are here live for the whole show. But wow, some incredible news. I got to say, I'm pretty excited about some of the mainstream comic stuff that's coming up. I'm excited to see how Ultimate Universe ends, especially books like The Ultimates and Ultimate X-Men. I'm excited for the creators and teams that get announced for the DC Next Level. I'm excited for DC KO. So it's kind of cool to be excited about some mainstream stuff. Unfortunately, I am working all day tomorrow, Dave, so I probably, I don't know exactly when I'm going to be able to hit the comic book store. I wish I could. I hope I can catch up soon. I really want to. Thank you, folks. That's so nice. That's so nice. And that's not even all of them, but that's most of them. That's most of them. Yeah, I wish I could have made a video, but I just didn't have all the time. I saw Tron Ares. It was not for me. That's my nice way of putting it. I'm not going to say that it's like offensively bad as a movie, but I liked the original Tron because I saw it when I was young, and it has cool ideas. And I kind of like, I like Tron Legacy for a lot of things. I do think it drags a bit in the middle as a movie, but I think the visuals are incredible. I thought the music was absolutely incredible. I liked the characters in it. I liked the ideas in it for Legacy. For Ares, I feel like graphically, they didn't really change anything in any interesting way from what they created already in Legacy. I thought that the characters weren't as interesting, especially not the main character, but I just don't really like Jared Leto usually, so maybe that's just me. But it was kind of dumb because, well, here's a quick example that isn't spoilery. There's a scene where a good guy says to another good guy, oh, the bad guy is ruthless, and to him, everybody is expendable, so be careful. And then literally a couple minutes later, this good guy finds out that the bad guy was trying to kill them, and they act surprised. I'm like, you just warned somebody else about how ruthless he was. Like, which is it? It's like, I just wondered how any of it worked, like for transporting things from various servers to the real world. I was like, and why do they even call it Tron? Tron isn't even in this one. Isn't even mentioned. So why did they even call it Tron? I don't know. I have only seen Lefty who draws by wrapping their arms around. I have to look at some more Lefty artists. Thank you. Thank you for watching it. Thank you. Such a long live. It is. I got to get going. I'm so excited to see whatever happens to Homelander. I hope it's against Superman but no matter who it's against, it could be fun. Oh yeah, the Rick Veitch news I'm so over the moon about. I'm glad I could talk about that tonight. Yeah, that part I do like. I do like the 9 Inch Nails. I mean, it's basically, yeah, we'll call it 9 Inch Nails. But I like the score. I do prefer the Daft Punk score because they blended both electronic and some real instruments, depending on whether you were in the grid or in the real world. And this one's just electronica, but it's still good music. It is good music. I also didn't like whenever there was a fight in the Tron Ares movie, it was edited so frenetically that like none of the choreography looked that interesting. None of the fights were that cool. I just watched Tron Legacy. It holds up pretty well. A little weak towards the end, but it's cool. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I saw it in Dolby and really liked it, probably because of the music. I don't blame you. The music's good. Yep, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, they did. They wanted it all to be synthetic, although I'm like, well, you're entering the real world, so maybe it doesn't, whatever. Maybe I'm overthinking of it. Anyway, it's been a long show, folks. I'm going to get going. We'll be back on Monday next week, so I'll see you in just, 6 days. Thank you so much for watching, whether it's live or later once it's archived. But I really need to get some food, probably take a bio break, and then I will add some chapters. Take care, everybody. Keep reading comics. Double salute. Double salute.